breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul. Global Namaste.
10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Recording in
5,
progress.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Global
10,
Namaste
9.
to all the viewers. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone and all the viewers who are connected to us from. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma welcoming you all to the International Yoga Day special. And today's day is being celebrated for remembering the 9th annual Yoga Day that just finished on 21st of June, where everybody was rocking on the yoga mats. And to celebrate this day, we have some yoga gurus as well as spiritual leaders with us. Before we commence, let's start with a short prayer. And my mantra of today is a wellness mantra. You can hold any of your choice. Let's close our eyes. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. Sarve Santu Niramayah. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kashit Dukbhag Bhave. Om Shanti. Shanti, Shanti. May all be happy, may all be healthy, and may all remain disease-free, and may God bestow everyone with good luck. With these vibes, let's open our eyes. Welcome back. As we start celebrating the International Yoga Day, which was also a very special event at United States, where our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, addressed the yoga session at UN headquarters in New York, along with so many countries' representatives, which were approximately from 135 nations, and with so many top celebrities, making a Guinness World Record. And so with today's start, let's commence our today's episode. And I would like to invite Jaya from Mumbai as we move to India with Jaya. Hello, Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, Doctor. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thanks to you as well for joining us for our today's episode. And what is special for us today?
So I'd want to do the warm-up in yoga is a little bit of a tricky thing.
Right.
So I would want you to learn how to warm up.
Before you start, I would like to let our viewers know about your introduction. Jaya first began her adventure with fitness, and she was a typical bored middle-aged homemaker. Colas and bread were her mains, and she decided to change and immerse herself in a new lifestyle and has never regretted it. It took her years to learn, unlearn, and then learn, and the process still continues. It's Jaya's mission, her passion, and her calling to find happiness by helping people lead a pain-free life. Jaya will be will coach you today for right eating, sleeping well, and on many other things. She has trained with 350 hours of functional fitness, nutrition, animal movement, rehabilitations, and much, much more. She holds an experience of 15 years of yoga, and I'm so glad to have you. Yes, so today we are talking about, as you said, we are talking about the warm-up series. So what basically do you think is warm-up, and why people must practice warm-up before yoga, and what are its modalities? Over to you.
So,
thank you.
Warm-ups are basically dynamic movements that lubricate your joints and help the fluid move easily. So you have less aches and pains. And I think it forms a vital part of anyone's workout, whether it's yoga or functional. So I lay a lot of stress on warm-ups and cool down.
Right. And these warm-ups are important for everybody before they do yoga or any exercise, or it is only for yoga? What do you think?
No, it's for everybody and for all exercise modalities. A warm-up is an absolute must, or you'll end up with tight muscles, and that defeats the whole purpose of a workout.
And what do you think basically, as you have been practicing and you hold so much of big experience of 15, 20 years of your practice, and I have seen you over the years practicing. So what benefits does it do, and what kind of warm-up are you going to show us today?
Instead of speaking of the warm-up, I'd rather demo it.
Sure.
And yeah, and you will know how important it is when you see me perform it. So it's a typical Sunday, haven't moved much. And now if you ask me to get into a split, it's going to be really difficult. So that's where the warm-ups come into action. So once I start warming up, I'll be able to do the Hanuman split, the Hanuman lunges,
we
and
lost her connection.
pancakes, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So should I begin the demo?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first one is a very typical.
So warm-ups basically are those kind of primary exercises which are important for the body before people take up any yoga or any kind of an exercise. And
yes, and
yes.
Also, if I may add, a warm-up will actually set the tempo for your main workout.
Please.
Hello?
Demonstrate one.
Yeah. So the first one is called a spine extension. It's basically a dynamic Tadasana. It goes like this.
Right.
Like this. So you go 10 to 15 times. Warm-ups are typical because they're dynamic in nature. That means you're moving continuously. Compared to a stagnant one or a stationary one, this would be your Tadasana. So this is my warm-up number 1. Warm-up number 2 is what I call under the fence. So I take a wide stance, I go under, and I go over. I go under, and I go over. So you do again 10 to 15. Depending on you, you go under a high fence, under a low fence.
Okay.
And my third one is also related to the leg. It's a hip opener.
Hip opener.
On the bike. Yes. On the bike, off the bike. On the bike, off the bike. So again, 10 on each side. It's like you have a huge sports bike, okay?
Yeah. This, which is very helpful for your hip joint, I think, which is good for your knee joints, as I can see, and specifically the tight muscles of the pelvis. Right. So when the first warm-up which you did, is that important to first look at the posture in an individual, because everybody has a very variable way of sitting and standing. So what all things they must do?
If you can stand and if you can go up on your toes, this is a doable thing for you, and you must do it. It's a back extension. Every time the back goes into a slight back bend, it's called a back extension. You're working the primary muscles along the spine, which counteracts this position, this position, this position, this position. So this position is number 1. And number 2, like I said, was under the fence. It basically gives your low back and your hamstring the movement, the juice it needs. It lubricates.
Right.
And It's as per your capacity. You go low, you go high, your wish.
And how many rounds do you recommend?
It's just one round, 10 repetitions, 10 to 15 repetitions.
Okay.
So this is number 3. Number 4 is a side bend. Again, take a wide stance, interlock
How much
fingers,
wide?
Slightly wider than the shoulder.
Okay. Slightly wider than the shoulder.
Yes. Side to side.
Side to side. Okay. And yeah. So
Yes.
basically, this is really good for the spine, as I can see, because people hardly have an effect to move to the sides, and then this will be working on abdominal muscles. Okay. How many rounds?
Lateral movements are again very important if you want to correct your spine. The spine moves in all directions. So lateral is one very important movement. Again, 10 to 15, depending on your time and depending, you can also make this your main. You don't have to just keep this as a warm-up. If you do 2 sets and 3 sets, it's the main exercise.
Could you demonstrate again the 3 together so that everybody can, all the viewers who have joined, yeah, four ones together, right?
Yes. So the first one is called the back extension. It's dynamic Tadasana. The second one is you go into a wide stance, much wider than the shoulders. It's called under the fence. The third one is hip circles, basically controlled articulation of the hip. These are called on the bike and off the bike. I like to give them simple names because they stick. And the fourth one is side bends. Ten of each. And then you have arm circles. It's always good to move one limb at a time because both you have a restricted movement. If you do one, you can really go deep. So this is 5 in one direction, 5 in the other direction, make 10, both sides individually. And then for your neck. So before you start the neck, a little for the shoulders also, you do a reverse prayer. If you can't do a reverse prayer, you do a reverse knuckle to knuckle. If that is not accessible, you hold on to the elbows. So this again opens up the shoulder. And then you can do the neck down and up 3, side to side 3. And again, going to the arm, I like to do push-ups as a warm-up because, as you know, yoga is very demanding. We have chaturangas all the time. So various levels of push-up. The beginner's version of a push-up would be at a wall, where the further you are away from the wall, the easier it gets. The more difficult it gets. The closer you are to the wall, the easier it is.
Easier it gets.
You go you go really far, come up on your toes, hands are as wide as your shoulders, and you go. Be sure not to trail the hip. The hip moves forward with you. So this is quite demanding for a new person. The second variation for a push-up would be
yes, we can see the floor well.
When you're on your knees. Okay. Plank, knees, and then you do your chaturangas.
Right, the half push-up.
The military style full push-up.
Okay.
So that's your warm-up. And it's quite a package. You can tell I'm breathless.
Yes. Thank you so much for this. And So basically, warm-ups are those kind of workouts and exercises which are giving you a very good blood supply. And when they increase your blood supply, they help to make your body supple. And as they make you supple, you get a good softness to the tissues, which are the connective tissues of your body, that are your ligaments and tendons, as well as the muscles, and you don't get injured. And so you basically protecting and preparing your body for for a further exercise. So a little bit of warm up will also be helpful to you for working up when you don't have time for exercises or doing a complete yoga asana. Isn't it right, Jayaji? What do you think?
You said it absolutely correct. And you actually hit the nail of the head on the
Right.
nail. And
Hmm.
it's, I couldn't have put it better. And that's about it. The only thing you have to remember is warm ups are always dynamic. They move, they move. It's not holding, it's not
Hmm.
holding a posture, moving.
Moving. Yeah.
Yes.
And with the movement, actually, you are triggering up the blood supply, and that is helping you to make your body supple, else you will get injured. So, warm up, how much time, Jaya, do you think a warm up is good for an individual? And does it depend on age factor as well?
No, age factor is not counted. It's the duration of your workout that is counted. So if you're
Hmm.
doing a 40-minute workout, a 10 minutes warm up is absolutely apt.
Okay. And suppose somebody has not learned yoga, or is having a very tight muscles, or is having pain someday, or sometimes you don't feel well, you don't feel energetic that yes, today I can do the whole series of the asanas. Since then also the warm up can be taken up.
Yes, of course. Warm up you don't have to, you can't, you maybe won't do the 10 reps. Maybe you'll do the beginner version of the push up. So
Hmm.
it's still doable. You can still do it.
All right. And so these days, people have a lot of problems related with the shoulders because they don't move their shoulders. And many times
Yeah.
people have a lot of frozen shoulders, and also the neck issues, because most of the time the neck is down looking at the gadgets or the laptops or the screens. So are there any warm-ups which are good for that, which people can take?
Give me a moment. So the first one, of course, is the neck movement that I showed you, the ups and downs and the side to side. The second one would be um, you hold on to the hands on the side like so
Okay.
and bring your head down. So the idea is to move the ear away from the shoulder.
Right. And that gives the stretch to your muscles over here, I think so.
The
The
track.
trapezius
Yeah, the
muscles
track.
as well as the
Yeah.
deltoids. Yes. Okay.
Yes. This is number two. And the third one I love to do is for the upper shoulders, neck, is holding onto my ear. And if I'm holding onto my right ear with my left hand, I want to look into my right shirt pocket.
Okay.
So if I look into my right shirt pocket, these are all the muscles that I'm actually working on.
And for how much time should we hold by doing this?
I'd rather you hold for breath, 5 breaths.
Okay.
And yeah, so we tend to stop breathing in between. So
Hmm.
let's just breathe and count our breath. This way we get back to the breath.
Okay. And for neck extension also, do you have any asanas where
Yes.
people are habituated to put their necks down and then they can look up?
Yeah. So it's practice and take baby steps, because all of a sudden you can't do your ushtrasan, your camel, and look at the ceiling or
Hmm.
look at the wall behind you. It's not possible. So keep yourself really mindful. Uh, you keep your chin tucked, lifting the chest up, lifting the chest up, and not so much reclining by the cervical, the neck. So it's more thoracic, armpit chest lift up, and not the head.
Okay.
This is your basic back bend start, like your Bhujangasana. So if you're doing your Bhujangasana, you'd want to contract the muscles on the back. All these muscles contract.
Right.
Contract. So the idea is contraction builds muscles. So you need to contract the muscles to build the strength in that muscle. And then give yourself a leeway to give your neck up.
So even with that, I think people, when they practice cobra pose, the mini cobra or the upward dog, these kind of poses are also very good to give a contraction to the neck, and holding them for a while can also be very beneficial. What do you say?
Yes, absolutely. So after your dynamic versions of Bhujang, you could do 5 dynamic ones. And the 5th one would be a nice long hold. Try challenging yourself with a 20 count hold. 10 breaths is really difficult.
Okay. But that will help to counter the position of the neck, which people have when they are moving downwards, basically.
That, yes. So what happens when we are forward facing or drooped, or what we call is an ox back? This is an ox back. So the shoulders move forward, the head drops. So what happens is all these muscles in the front get very tight. They refuse to open. Your breathing gets constricted. Your lungs are not even working to their optimal level anyway. And now they're even more constricted. So you want everything from here to open. You want this to open. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, that's why most of the time when people also do the pranayam and they start pranayam, they feel I'm having a shortness of breath because we are not habituated to breathe actually in that way as the muscles are contracted. So that makes a very big sense on that if the muscles are opened and you do this thing and your shoulders are back, your lung capacities and your lungs basically would be worked with the increased muscular work.
Yes.
And the capacity will increase.
So BTS Iyengar also said, if your lungs are open, if you see his posture, he calls this the armpit chest, and he is absolutely like this. That man is till his, last days he was like this. So he says, if the armpit chest is open, your voice will change.
Right.
It's the capacity in the lungs, the way you breathe, you will have a different voice.
Oh, yeah, that makes a big sense in the way that the chakras, I think the throat chakra and the heart chakra also gets empowered with it. And these chakras are, so the heart chakra, which is located near our heart, is building up a lot of other emotions and is related with the thymus gland, which builds up immunity as well. And same as the throat chakra. The throat chakra is the chakra of communication and the voice and the expression of our ideas, beliefs, and so many things. So with that kind of a thing, also that makes a very beautiful way to look into it, actually. And I can see from Spain, we have Ajna, whom we'll be connecting to very shortly, Jaya. Before we move to her, I can see Ajna. Gobal, namaste, Ajna.
Namaste, Amrita.
Good
How are
to see you. From Mumbai, we are at Spain, where we have Swamini Ajna, who is a Kriya yogi, as well as a botanist and a yoga teacher, and is holding up a yoga retreat right now. And I can see her students and the retreat. So could you please pan your camera at these places and we can see what kind of a retreat is there? Please.
We are in a yoga retreat, but all the students are leaving now because most of them came from very long from here. And
okay, that's a beautiful place, I can see.
Yeah, it is. It is a beautiful
place. There are
place.
some students, we can see them as well and know how they celebrated International Yoga Day.
Here there is Marta. She's one of the students.
Global Namaste, Marta.
Namaste.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Sorry?
Welcome to the Healing Our Earth platform. Could I, yes, please tell us about the experience, how you celebrated International Yoga Day and how was the yoga retreat?
Oh, okay. We
celebrate
the International Yoga Day doing a master class between many different yoga teachers in our country, and many people from all the places near from us, they came. So that was very nice. And today we are just sharing yoga with some Pau is coming also, and we are in a yoga retreat with the Master Surinder Singh from India, from Rishikesh. And we are also celebrating the International Yoga Day here in the retreat with them.
Right. Global namaste to you.
Namaste.
So, namaste. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. How has been your experience in the yoga retreat here? Can you please tell them?
For me, this retreat is like having a port, because my life is wavy. It's like if I'm in a boat, and sometimes I need to have a port, a place to put the ship and to put the anchor somewhere. And it's the fourth time I stay with this master at that age of the season of the year. And for me also it's like a kind of tradition. Surinder is coming and we go there, and I feel again like at home.
Okay. And how had been your experience as such? Yes?
Pau?
Yeah.
About the retreat.
It has been amazing too. It's so good to be a few days away from the daily routines, to get back to the knowledge and get back to the roots of yoga and of the body and of the soul. So to reconnect again with that things that make us a better person. So
yeah, that's right.
Being a few days in this situation helps a lot.
So we have another student here. She's Anna.
Yes, Anna. Global namaste, Anna. Welcome to Healing Our Earth platform. Yes. How yoga helps you? Can you please tell our viewers?
So for me, yoga is it's like returning home. It's like finding this connection between the mind, the body, the soul, and yeah.
What are the two things that you're taking home from this retreat?
The two things that I'm taking from this retreat. Okay. Have you all gone yet? Okay. I guess what I'm taking from this retreat would be the motivation to continue a daily practice, which I currently struggle with. And yeah, the aspiration and to keep continuing on this path.
Beautiful. That's very nice. Motivation and aspiration to continue in the path, a yoga path. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Ajna, yes, please. What message do you have? Also, please give the message to our viewers, all the viewers who are listening to us. Yes, please.
Okay, for me, yoga is that inner strength that gives you confidence in life. It's a free, non-conditioned force that dwells in the coherence of the heart. It is well-focused energy, sustained over time. The certain presence that feels everything, a space of nurturing silence. Yoga for me is the science of soul.
Beautiful. That's so lovely. The science of soul. That's true. I know you from so many years as well. So Jaya, I know Ajna from so many years actually, as I know you, both of you. So and the way you have complemented yoga into your life and you have made this beautiful journey of your life through yoga. I can see how many people you have empowered and yet to empower globally. So thank you so much, Ajna, from our founder as well as the whole team of Healing Our Earth, for joining us. And I wish you a very blissful and a happy year, and I wish to see you as well this year again. So thank you so much for joining.
Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for all the things that you are doing for the best world through yoga. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Global Namaste. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was Ajna from Spain. And now we again move with Jaya to Mumbai, where she is telling us so many knots to connect with us in life through yoga and through the logical practices of life. So yoga is about connection, about reunion, about joining, about what we need to join in life is very important, because we mostly keep joining many superficial relationships, worldly possessions, as well as attachments of joining things. But actually, it's about our soul journey, the journey that talks to you about yourself. Isn't it, Jaya? What do you think?
Yeah, of course. It's like, I don't know how would my life pan out if it wasn't for yoga.
True.
I mean, I'm so totally dependent on it.
So personally, talking about, just going a little bit off, but personally talking about, what do you think yoga has given you?
So like I said, I started as a typical bored person, didn't have motivation, didn't have the drive, no passion, aimless basically. It was like I was finding my calling. At 40 also, I mean, I was like, so most people finish their college, get into a profession and are well settled, but not me. I'm like, not this, not that. Where am I going to land myself? What am I going to do? And then this just happened. And I found that this is my passion.
That's nice. And today we are also going to talk about, you are talking about how we can work on the diet aspect and the functional yoga, as you told that the functional yoga side. So what basically is functional yoga and how does it work for you actually?
So functional yoga is if I cannot lift up my suitcases when I'm traveling, if I cannot bend down to pick up something that I've dropped, that means I'm not a functional body. I need to be that functional body where I can reach behind me on the car seat to grab a cushion or something else from the car back seat without straining, aching. I need to walk long distances without having to think, oh, now what? I can't step more. I can't do any more steps. So that's functional. That's what's keeping you going. That's functional. So functional yoga is yoga that primes your body. You're still in that moving, healthy body.
Yeah, this is so important because most of the time you see people keep changing as the old age or the age advances in general. The functional body reduces the movement, and so we try to span and change the geometry of the home as well, keeping things high so that we don't have to bend, keeping them in our reach so that we don't have to move them. But this thing is so important. So what are the tricks of the trade of functional yoga?
Consistency is number one. Okay. Number two, consistency. Number three, consistency.
Okay.
There's nothing else. If you're consistent, you'll get deeper into it and you'll enjoy it more. And otherwise, I don't know how else can you get deeper into it. It's just do it and do it and do it and make it your second nature.
All right. So what kind of asanas or practices is there that you are going to tell us?
So there are, I love doing therapeutic yoga. All forward folds are therapeutic in nature. So every time you fold over, like so, this is a forward fold. This is a forward fold.
Yeah.
And every time you bend over, you're bringing some rich oxygen supply, blood to the head, and the heart is getting relieved. So it's a good thing. And that's why it's therapeutic. It's calming. Just a simple toe touch is so relaxing.
So in functional yoga, do we need to do the yoga? So in functional yoga, do we need to do the yoga frequently or we need to stay in an asana?
Again, depends on your practice. I like to do both. And if I'm short on time, I would want to hold. I love the long holds because it's challenging for my body.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
find it easier to do the repetition, but to hold still is when I'm focused on the breathing, when I'm focused on the internals, when I'm more aware of my alignment. So I like to hold also. So if it's a combination, that's the best. You have your warm ups and then you have a long hold. They're like yin yoga, stable, rock solid.
So are there some asanas that you're going to demonstrate? And as you have been talking about that we have so much of sedentary lifestyle, what you have to talk about how functional yoga is beneficial for sedentary lifestyle?
Yeah. So three basic postures.
Right. So people basically are too much into sedentary lifestyle where we hardly take an effort to do something or work with something. We are either sleeping, we are either standing or sitting on the chairs whole day. And these kind of sedentary lifestyle basically makes the muscles tight, tissues tight. And so Jaya will be demonstrating what has to be done and what is good for that for countering these poses. Yes, over to you, Jaya.
The first one is called the puppy pose. The puppy pose typically is done on the floor, but I'll show you the wall version first.
Okay. We can see you well. Yes.
Yeah. And so it goes, you're around a little less than an arm's length away from the wall. You start with your hands up. You want to bend the knees. You want to bring the chest towards the wall and the chin towards the wall. So it's like this.
Okay. That must be giving you a good stretch to the back, which is not getting from the sitting and the sedentary poses.
The back says
okay, the back says okay. To prevent it from other is okay.
Correct. So it's like you have two kinds of poses for your back, the cow and the cat. So this is the cow. Even though we call it the puppy pose.
Yeah.
This is the cow back. And typically this is the cat back. The angry cat.
The angry cat.
Okay. So so the second pose for the back correction again is a lateral move. So I'm going to keep.
I can see
my foot. You need to see my feet also.
Yes.
Okay, so the one that's closer to the wall is at the back, and the same hand is on the wall. I'm going to stretch. This is called the gate pose.
Yeah. This is an
alternative. This is what I'm doing. Correct. So I'll do the dynamic version. And if someone's got a wall handy, let's do it. Come on, stand up and try do it. It's going to open up your side body so well because you want to change. And then after doing your 5 reps, your 8 reps, your 10 reps, then what? Hold. This is position number 1. Position number 2, take the bottom hand a little to the front, bottom shoulder a little to the front, and the chest twists up towards the wall.
Okay.
Look at this.
Yes, this is giving an extension and a stretch to the back as well. I can see. Wonderful.
And a thoracic twist.
Yes, a thoracic treat. Yes. So
Yes.
I think this must be very good for even people who are having vertebral problems, you know, the spinal problems, the arthritis or osteoarthritis.
Even if you don't have a problem, do it. And if you have a problem, do it for sure.
Okay. Yes, please. The next one.
Yeah. So the next one is down dog at the wall, where I keep the web of my index finger and thumb to the wall.
Okay.
It goes like this.
Okay. So the index finger and the thumb has to be by the edges of the wall.
Against the wall. Against the wall.
Against the wall, right.
So what this does is it's opening my shoulder externally. It's rotating my shoulder externally. The elbow eye is open and the arm is turned out. We don't do this movement much. So this is an external rotation of the shoulder. All internal rotation, fighters are external rotation.
Which I think is good for people for today as well, because the shoulders are drooped. So it's again helpful for them. Rounded shoulders, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need sharp shoulders. You don't need those rounded shoulders. And the next one is a series of exercises down on the floor.
Okay.
On the belly, they are all called extensors. All visible?
Yes, you're visible, and we can see you in a mini cobra as well.
Yes, correct. So the hands are next to the chest, and you're using only 25% of the arm strength to lift up.
All right.
You're using 75% of the back. And again, mindful of the neck. You don't want this. And
go back.
Here. Doing this is easy. This is not what you want to do. Yeah, you maybe want to do it because it gives you so much satisfaction. Again, that moment is there. But this is the one that actually builds your strength. These are tough.
Yeah, because these are working on your upper back muscles and those muscles that were never being used when we are sitting, and they get tuned up now with this kind of a workout. And it's pretty easy. I see everybody can do if they are not having any of the abdominal pressures or surgeries being done. People can easily do it. Yes, Jaya?
Yeah, it's different degrees, but doable, still doable. And then there's another one. I love using props because it helps me go deeper into the posture. So if you have something like this, keep the middle of your forearm, press into it, lift up. It's so good. Mid back is working.
And I think it's good for the belly fat as well.
Yes, that's a bonus. Okay, so when you're coming up and then when you go down, this is also an shoulder opener, right?
Yeah, this is also a shoulder opener as well as a stretcher, which is working.
Correct. And we barely open our armpits. Our armpits are now getting so squeezed and short.
Yes.
So we
Yes.
need to get the hand above the head
Yes.
and open the armpit.
Yeah, that's true. I think we
Yeah.
have Neil Kumar. Neil Kumar, do you have any comments? So basically,
Healing our earth. And
a
my
short
big
video.
brother, Neil Kumar from
Yeah, Amrita, we are going to show what happened in Africa today.
Yes.
In Uganda. So we will show people how the International Yoga Day is celebrated in Africa. And let us enjoy and show people. It was very beautiful. And let's enjoy that.
Yes. So Jaya, just stay on and we are going to share this video.
A global namaste on behalf of healing our earth. And to my big brother, Neil Kumar from London.
Request everyone to take their seats.
This is just
so that
before
this program.
I start the yoga program and the program of age and ailment reversal in Uganda.
All those that are standing and all those arrange your mats and
Life
take your
maximized, yoga
and
optimized, mankind gets Mickey Mouse.
The main sponsor for
Okay, so you see the whole of Uganda, almost 30,000 Indians, most of them people from Uganda, and almost 30 countries here doing yoga. Thank you, healing our earth. Thank you, healing our earth, for this wonderful opportunity in Africa. Neil Kumar, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, teaching yoga in Uganda.
Or maybe beautiful. So as you all saw how from our Healing Our Earth platform, we had a yoga guru Mickey Mehta, who went to Uganda and made so many people celebrate and practice Yoga Day. That's beautiful, isn't it, Jaya? You also know. Yes. Yes, Neil Kumar, please, your comments as well.
So, Amrita, as you know that the Prime Minister of India initiated this thing in 9 years back. And so many countries, we had Trafalgar Square in London, we had Leicester, Kensington Park, we had New York, we had so many countries. I think about more than 70 countries did it in a big way, and Guinness Book of Records were broken. So the Africa Initiative was part of our stuff. We made it happen for them through our coordinator down there in Uganda. And it was nice to see that there are about 30 nationalities over there. So yoga is something beautiful. Everybody has a right to practice yoga free of charge. As Jaya said, you don't have to be an expert. You just need to have desire to get fit. Over to both of you. Keep on enjoying. Jaya, I think, Jaya, you wanted to have some surprise because you thought something was happening today. Was it? Is that right?
That's correct. Amrita, do you have anything important planned next week?
Important plan next week? Oh,
this coming week.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Jaya. Thank you so much. I wasn't knowing.
Jaya, I think you are going to sing. This was Jaya's idea, Amrita. She wanted to make sure that you are wished happy birthday, and she's going to sing for you. Your birthday is at midnight today, so happy birthday, everybody at Healing Our Earth. And
thank you
Jaya
so
is
much.
going to sing for you.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Jaya. Yeah, go ahead. You can
love
sing.
You too as well. Thank you. That reminds me of the tip. Yeah. Yes, please.
I wish I could take credit for this. I wish I could take credit for this. No, it's
I
all me.
wasn't knowing this thing now. Now this is something a very big surprise. Thank you so much.
And we had our Nishit who wanted to wish. I think he's gone for his chai or samosa. Nishit, if you are there, this is your chance. Mita wants to wish you. Look, Mita, you can unmute yourself, Mita, and you can wish directly.
Oh, thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Amrita ji.
Thank you so much.
And many happy returns of the day. It's lovely to see you in the Himachal costume. You know, it's a
Yeah, yes, actually, I went to Kulu Manali and I love to wear
my
traditional
friend
stuff.
Thora with me.
Sure. Global Namaste, Thora. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, she's Icelandic Canadian. I'm enjoying the sun.
Beautiful. I could see you chatting, both of you, and then discussing. And I was thinking, what yoga?
I had injured myself, so she'd come to see me because I had a fall.
Oh, we have a lot of healers with us. Please take our tips, and we have got a lot of people who can just give you a pharmacy-free healing, and sending good vibes. Thank you so much.
And Amrita, I think Nishit is here as well, our technical director. He would like to wish you happy birthday as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Wishing you a very, very happy birthday. May you have an awesome day. Of course, you're here with Healing Over Earth. It can't get better than this.
Sure. I'm so glad.
May the year ahead be your best one year.
Thank you. I really think so. The year has started to be a very blessed one, to have such a beautiful family and such a lovely family. You don't know how honored I feel and my family members feel when I talk to them that I'm doing this global job. So I feel so good and blessed about it. And even they cooperate, my kids, my mom, my dad, my family members, my husband. So everybody has a contribution, and I feel I got a very, very blessed family to have with everyone. So thank you so much for so much of amazing love that you all have given me. Thank you so much. I don't know how to express, actually. So.
Amrita, while you are still online, some have come via WhatsApp message. So Vaishali has sent her messages. Shri has sent a message. These are all healing members. Seema Bhatia has sent you a message as well, and she'll try to pop in a bit later. So they're trickling in. So celebrate your birthday with style. And Jaya, maybe you can sing happy birthday to her and carry on with your chat. We still have 5 minutes. Over to both of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you. Yeah,
happy birthday, Doc. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Jaya. Thank you so much. I used to take your wishes every year, so many years like this. I never knew I would be sharing out in this platform in this way. Well, so thank you so much.
It's a miracle. It's lovely.
Yes, and that's what I told you. Like, I got a lovely family, and I want you to be a member of this lovely family as well, actually. So that's why, yes, Neil Kumar, please.
Amrita, whilst we've got still about 6 minutes, Jaya, what was very important was you showing the basic exercises. Warm-up is very important. That's why we see athletes always warming up. You see the cricketers, the footballers at the down line, they warm themselves up. So, you're not stretching your muscles and damaging. You have actually also learned how to take oxygen in correctly. You are hydrated, you've got proper oxygen. So, Jaya, what are the 5 basic tips you can give that could be good for any age, whether they are sitting on a chair, moving and working in the kitchen, or be able to lie on the floor? What are the 5 basic tips of warm-ups that you can tell our viewers again? Because the dynamics have changed. We are connected to social media and some guests are different. So give us the 5 tips first for warm-up.
The 5 kinds of warm-ups are you asking?
5 basic tips for warm-up. Obviously, don't eat a heavy meal and warm up. Don't eat heavy water and warm up. So what are your 5 tips that can help anybody of any age?
Move your joints. So it could be your wrist, it could be your shoulders, it could be your neck, it could be your waist. So movement is important. And then see that you move it to a good range of motion. So if today your hand is going up till here, tomorrow you'll be able to take it further back. And this is how you keep improving. So your range of motion improves while warming up itself.
So let's remind people in a simple format so they can remember. Just assume you've got a bicycle and you are getting on it and you are getting off it. Just imagine that you are swimming backwards. So that's what you were just showing. And also, so if we can tell them in a simple format, they will remember. And just imagine that you are swinging hula hoop around your waist gently. Is that right, Jaya?
Yes, absolutely.
And Jaya, because you are also expert and because you have had your own journey, for you made it yourself, what from nutrition point of view, what do you think is good food that people should be eating to keep fit?
Anything that doesn't come with an expiry date. So, for example, if you have a banana, does it come with an expiry date? No. So it's good for you. So all packet foods will come with an expiry date. Avoid. That's my number one tip.
Okay, simple thing to remember. Anything that you feel doesn't have expiry date is good for you. Avoid processed and synthesized foods because it is no good for your body. And Jaya, we pause with you a moment because Amrita is also an expert in nutrition and fitness and yoga. Amrita, what would your tips be for people that can overall generally apply to any age or any state of mind?
For yoga?
Yes, please. For any state of mind.
Yeah, so basically, I would recommend always eat light diet, and consistency is important. Make anti-movements. So today, if you have been sitting for 8 hours a day, make sure your workout is at least for 1 hour with an anti-movement. So as Jaya demonstrated, if you're with a forward stuff whole day on the laptop, your shoulders must raise up, your arms must open, and anti-poses basically gives you a gravity for the other muscles. So as I also mentioned that every action has equal and opposite reaction, and that is why we say namaste. So one side muscle has to counter the other muscle always. So that will help to nurture you, and give 2 minutes to yourself every day, morning and evening, because that will throw light on you, not on your face to make you look more beautiful and give you an ego, but to your inner self. Glisten your inner self. Give it a real parlor and saloon light of a good show that will help you to make yourself what a beautiful soul is there nurturing inside me. And that beauty of the soul will ignite the spirituality, the purity that can help so many people. It will help you in your journey of life to make positive decisions, be optimistic, be happy, be compassionate, be loving. And that is the energy that you'll be giving to everybody. And you'll keep smiling every time, as you mentioned, and as Neil Kumar always say, keep smiling, keep cheering, keep chillax. So chillax is the big funda for me as well.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. So basically what you've reminded our people is that treat your body as temple, as your mandir. Because if you do and you respect it, don't feed any garbage both in your mind and in your stomach, then you will be happy. And in case if you are standing tremendously because you are working, then when you go home or as soon as you can and without an empty stomach, try to raise your feet as high as you can for a while, because you might have 2.5 liters of blood moving into the right direction. That's a tip from me. And Amrita, now, shortly we leave Mumbai in India and you stay at Himachal Pradesh, Jaya stay over. We want to visit all the way to a different continent, which is America, and welcome our Reema Kumari Jadeja, who you will introduce. And let's have a comment. Reema, your comment for Jaya and Amrita before we introduce you formally. Over to you.
Hello all, it's absolutely wonderful. Jadeja, thank you very much. I very much enjoyed stretching. As someone who's played sports for most of her life, it is imperative to get that blood moving to the joints, often to avoid injury. When one practices yoga asanas, often I always do recommend to do gentle warm-up before doing some of them, because some of the postures can prevent, you can cause some injury if you have not warmed up before them. There's some of my friends who go for these very aggressive sort of vinyasa flow classes without doing any sort of a warm-up. They have sort of the next day, like, oh, you know, my lumbar area is paining me, or like, you know, my chest is feeling tight, etc. So thank you so much. I learned so much from you. And Amrita ji, very happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
I hope you have a wonderful year ahead. It's my birthday in a couple of days too. So as a fellow Cancerian, I hope as a fellow Cancerian.
Let us wish Reema happy birthday as
well.
Reema, happy birthday.
Both the girls, happy birthday to both of them. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amrita, dear Reema. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Amrita, just before we let Jaya go, let's remind people, if you wish to connect to Jaya, then here is her Instagram, msfit.body. This is our Jaya, all the way in Mumbai, in India.
Yeah. Jaya, that was so fabulous. The session was so good. It was very good, and would like to have you again and again so that people can know more and authentic practices, and they can heal up their small problems before we jump to the big ones, because small problems will clear up all the bricks to make the surface absolutely clean so that they can fly up high. Isn't it, Reema? So important, actually. Thank you so much, Jaya, for joining us and for having this platform to showing so much of knowledge, as well as your bliss and our special thank you from my side to you. Thank you. And stay connected, stay with us. Thank you from our founder, as well as the whole team of Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, Reema. So from Mumbai, we have moved to US, where we have Reema Jadeja. Before we move further to talk and I chit chat with her, let me introduce you to her. Reema is a track 2 diplomacy professional with over a decade's experience working in academia, arts and philanthropy across continents. She is a fellow of UCL's Institute for Strategy, Resilience and Security since 2011, and in early 2022 was appointed a fellow at Royal Society. She began her spiritual sadhana at the age of 4 under the guidance of her guru and grandfather. She has been practicing Kriya Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga for 3 decades. Nice. Learning Patanjali's Yoga Sutra in India. And she's a life member of Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. Beautiful. Lovely to have you, and such a nice introduction with so many things. And what I can see at the background is all the gods that are blessing us. Wow.
Absolutely. So I am speaking from the Mandir/meditation room in my house in the United States. The room is slightly smaller than the room that I have at my home in London, but my husband surprised me with decorating, and I think he's done a very good job. We've got a lot of our deities, as you can see.
Yeah, I can see it. Very beautiful. So the surprise is given by your husband?
Yes,
what
it was.
Surprise.
It was lovely, and it was on Guru Purnima as well. So it was a very auspicious day. He chose the right day to definitely to surprise me. But yes, you know, as a practicing Hindu, my sadhana has, you know, been a lifelong journey through the teachings that were imparted by my late grandfather, who was also my guru. So growing up in a household where, you know, we were very much practicing Hinduism, you know, religion is an important part of my life. So I know a lot of people in my generation that sort of identify more as spiritual than as religious. But I can say that I identify very proudly as both.
That's nice. That's so beautiful, and that's so pure, and that's beautiful part of that spirituality. So,
Yes.
what have you lined up for us today? What are you sharing? I can see your topic is related with pranayama, which is so beautiful and important.
Absolutely. So I'm going to be speaking about pranayama today, which is the fourth limb of yoga. So I'm going to talk a bit about what pranayama is, and then we can do a little bit of it also.
Sure.
So as I was saying, I've been practicing for about 3 decades now when it comes to yoga, and pranayama is an essential part of yoga, being the fourth limb. Breath is essential to life. From the first breath that we take at birth to the last breath upon our passing, we take on average 500 million breaths. Now, the mind and the body and breath are very intimately interconnected, and they do have an influence on each other. Breathing is influenced by our thoughts and physiology, as you can attest to, can be influenced by our breath also. Learning to breathe consciously and properly with awareness is a very valuable tool in restoring balance for the mind and the body. In today's modern world, we have forgotten how to breathe. A lot of our breathing is very shallow. We aren't doing the deep belly breathing that we should be doing to keep our mind and body in the balance that it definitely requires for us to be working at our optimum. So deep yogic breathing can bring about the calm in both the mind and the body. And as we know, yoga seeks union. So it's important for that union that we are breathing deeply and slowly. And when we do so, it has a lot of scientific benefit. Science has shown us it has a lot of benefit. We are activating the parasympathetic nervous system, and this immediately reverses the stress response in our bodies. The deep breathing stimulates the main nerve in this parasympathetic nervous system, the vagus nerve, which slows down our heart rate. It helps to lower blood pressure and brings about calm for the mind and for the body. Pranayama has been long considered a very crucial aspect of yoga, and this practice focuses on the regulation and the control of breathing through specific techniques. Now, for those who are unaware of the context of pranayama and the actual meaning of the term, it's formed from 2 Sanskrit words, pran meaning the life force and ayam meaning expansion. And so we can say that pranayama is an expansion of the life force through breathing. Now, our ancient yogis learned that by controlling the breath, you can influence every aspect of your life, because if your mind and your body is healthy, working at its optimal, you have control and mastery over all aspects of your life. So by regulating the pran, we are regulating our minds. And when we are breathing and our breath is calm, the mind, the chit, is also calm. And chit and pran are in constant association, as I spoke of earlier. And so where there is chit, there is pran that is focused. And when there is pran, there is chit that is in focus. Now, there's a particular discourse that I love to refer back to, and I did so in my earlier session last year when I spoke about mantras for meditation. And it was in a talk in January 1940, where founder and yogi of the Self-Realization Fellowship, Paramahansa Yogananda, he spoke about the importance of harmonizing the physical and the mental and the spiritual and bring about overall healing. And he said that in this particular talk, he said that everything is thought forth and the mind works if you know how to control it. So pranayama helps us not just physiologically, but also when it comes to the mind, to being able to be in control of it, which it is hard, to tell somebody to sort of concentrate for 10 minutes, without being distracted by, especially these days, in the days of smartphones, by a device, or being able to just literally sit in stillness and concentration. It isn't easy. And we have a lot of distractor stimuli that is around us at all times. So there is a particular Sanskrit saying about pranayama, which I do love. It is in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, and it says pranayama yuktena sarva rokshayo bhavat ayukta bhyasa yogena sarva rogasya sambhava, and which means that by proper pranayama, all diseases can be cured, but by improper practice, all diseases are possible. So with anything in life, technique is crucial. So it's important to understand the fundamentals that are underpinning such a technique as the pranayama would require. So that technique is very, very crucial. Now, according to Patanjali, there are the 4 forms which constitute as pranayama. So you have purak, which is when the breath is taken into the lungs. You've got the kumbhak, which is when breath is withheld. You have the rechak, which is breath that is exhaled from the lungs. But you also have the baya kumbhak, and this is when the breath is taken completely outside of the lungs and it's externalized. Pranayama has a multitude of health benefits I've been alluding to, but primarily I think it's important to speak about how it can improve immunity, improve lung function, increase energy levels, stabilize blood pressure, and bring about a reduction in stress, anxiety, and through that, depression. It helps to ward that off also. Pranayama to me is a reset switch. It resets the body and it enables us to work optimally in harmony with the mind. And I think that's what is so beautiful, about it. It doesn't matter how unhealthy you've been. Your diet hasn't been good. You haven't been practicing us, and you've not been too active. You've been sedentary. But simply sitting with pranayama, you're addressing all of that, from the very outset. Because in order to be healthy, you have to breathe properly, and this is what pranayama teaches us. It teaches us how to actually breathe. Now, there are some guidelines when it comes to pranayama. Ideally, it should be done first thing in the morning on an empty stomach after bathing, just like, yoga's asanas. They should ideally be done in the morning. Right now, we're in, different time zones, but it's okay. So I'm going to do some light pranayama. It's important for the spine and the upper body to be straight, as Jaya has shown us, the importance of posture, and you also have spoken about the sort of countervailing forces with the muscles. It's very important when, one is sitting for pranayama, we are sort of aligning the spine, the head, the neck, the chest, and the back in a very straight line. The shoulders and the abdominal muscles should be relaxed. There shouldn't be any tension. One should be relaxed. Hands ideally should be resting on the knees and, in any comfortable mudra being hand gestures. And the body should try to remain as still and as motionless as possible. And the mood should be tranquil and relaxed. It doesn't matter what's going on in life, just block those things out for some time and try to sort of sit with a mood of upliftment and tranquility, feeling relaxed. And an important, more sort of a technical guideline when it comes to pranayama is that the exhalation in pranayama practices should be approximately twice as long as the inhalation. Now that will come time, with time with practice, one will sort of be consciously aware of that and be able to sort of better improve the technique. But that's a guideline that I would like to talk from the outset when it comes to the retention of breath, the inhalation and the exhalation, what the duration should be. There are a number of popular pranayama, and I think many of you would have heard of them. The first, of course, is Anulom Vilom or Nadi Shodhan, which is alternate nostril breathing in the Western world. Vastrika Pranayama, which is the bellows breath. The Chandra Bedan Pranayama, which is left nostril breathing, because of course the left corresponds with Chandra. And Surya Bedana Pranayama, which is right nostril breathing, because that corresponds with Surya Dev. Ujjayi Pranayama, which is victorious breath. Brahmari Pranayama, which many of us know as being the humming bee breath. It's one of my favorites. It's fantastic for those that are suffering from tinnitus also. So, anybody out there that's suffering from tinnitus, have a look at the Brahmari Pranayam. It'll help you immensely. Shitali Pranayam and Shitakari Pranayam, good for cooling the body. Now, when we talk about pranayam, we must also talk about mudras as well. And I think the mudra that I'd like to focus on is the Vishnu mudra. Now, this mudra is otherwise known as the gesture of universal balance. It is named in honor of Lord Vishnu. And to practice this mudra, it's quite simple. The index and the middle finger are curled and towards the palm, whilst the other remaining fingers are upright. So, we have this sort of a gesture. Now, the Vishnu mudra is always practiced with the right hand because this is symbolic of receiving energy. Vishnu mudra is a hasta mudra. It's performed with the hands. This mudra is believed to activate the first three energy centers of the body. So the Muladhara, which is the root chakra, the Swadhisthana, which is the sacral chakra, and the Manipura, which is the solar plexus chakra. So it's fantastic that our rishis and yogis in thousands of years ago understood the importance of certain movement and a combination of certain movement together and what the benefits of those are. Now, the ring finger is symbolic of the earth element and hence the Muladhara chakra. And the little finger represents water and therefore Swadhisthana, whilst the thumb symbolizes fire and Manipura. Now, by extending these digits in the Vishnu mudra, the practitioner is encouraging a flow of energy to those corresponding elements in the chakras within, helping to bring alignment, helping to bring harmony. Now, the index finger is symbolic of ego. And so this is why this index finger, we bow down, so it is not extended. It is bowing down along with the middle finger to encourage humility. So isn't it beautiful that you have this very simple mudra, but there is so much thought behind why this, and it is a scientific technique as well. It's not something that is, simply potentially, mythology. No, there's a scientific basis behind all of this. So I find this chakra, when we're talking about mudras and chakras, I find this mudra very beautiful to talk about. And also it's essential when it comes to doing pranayam. When we talk about pranayam, we talk about the purification of the mind and allowing it to become focused and also inward looking. That's very, very important. Now in Yoga Sutra 134, it is stated that Prajardhana Vidarna Vyayam Va Panasya, which means that the mind is calmed by regulating the breath. And particularly, when we are tending to the exhalation and the natural stilling of the breath that comes from such a practice. I'm going to talk about the olfactory nerve because it'll lead up to the first pranayam that we are going to practice. And you'll understand the connection, the importance moving forward. The olfactory nerve is composed of neurons that originate in the mucous tissue of the nose. And it runs a short distance to the olfactory bulb, which is one of the most primitive parts of the brain. So thousands of years ago, the sage Kahola, he came to understand that the region around the olfactory bulb and the surrounding glial cells is the source of a healing force. And he measured the health of this region by the subtle changes in the odor, in the nasal passage itself. And he claimed that a foul odor was an indication that Pushti Kendra, the center of nurturance and rejuvenation, had become sluggish or even blocked completely. He discovered that removing the conditions that cause foul breath enhanced not only physical health, but also mental and physical well-being. So he observed that there was a direct correlation between a healthy nasal passage and a clear mind. Now, any dentist in the audience will always say that, health very much begins when it comes to the ENT area. And the very start of heart disease, in fact, begins in the mouth. So what's interesting is that this particular pranayam, which I'm going to speak of, is the Prachardana Vidarna pranayam. And it's described in the sutra at how it clears away the toxins and the waste matters that are covering the surface of the glial cells. It energizes the region surrounding the olfactory bulb. It stimulates the process of healing the body and clearing of the mind. And this is quite a vigorous pranayam. It involves forceful exhalation and breath retention, and is traditionally practiced in 5 steps. Now, each step must be practiced for at least a week because you've got to build up that capacity. But the 5th step, and this is very important, the 5th step should always be imparted privately in person. So this is the 5th step, which is the most vigorous of all, should be done with somebody who is trained to sit with you. So we're going to focus on the very first fundamental step because we must always get the fundamentals solid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk us through the technique, and then you shall practice it. So I'm going to first speak of what the practice entails, and then I will then thereafter guide you whilst you go through this practice. So this technique centers on firstly inhaling deeply through both nostrils, and at the pinnacle of the inhalation to close your right nostril and exhale forcefully through your left nostril. And by doing so, you have to empty your lungs as fully as you can. That is followed by inhaling deeply through the left nostril. And once you have completed the inhalation, exhaling fully through the left nostril. And in this way, the exhale and the inhale should be done 3 times through the left nostril while keeping the right nostril closed. And then one is to bring attention to the center between the eyebrows and take a few normal breaths through both the nostrils. Now we reverse the nostrils. So we take a normal breath through both nostrils. And now this time we exhale fully through the right nostril while keeping the left nostril closed. Then we exhale gently and smoothly through the right nostril. And this is to be done 3 times. And when you completed 3 exhalations as previously and 3 inhalations as previously through the right nostril, you are once again to bring attention to the center between the eyebrows and then to take 3 normal breaths. This constitutes as 1 complete cycle. Now, when inhaling and exhaling, it is difficult to do this, but one should be cognizant of the fact that you should try to do so quietly and smoothly. Now, sometimes, I mean, this happens to me also, you know, I'm breathing and my ears can very much hear, you know, the breath that is being inhaled, the breath that is being exhaled, but try to always be conscious when you're doing pranayam for that process to be very smooth and as silent as can be. And of course, if you've got any sort of congestion in the nasal passage, that is not going to happen. But, you know, if you are free from any sort of sinus issue, it is good to be conscious of trying to do this technique, any technique with pranayam, but this particular technique of the inhalation, the exhalation, because that is the root and the foundational underpinning of pranayam. So that should be done, you know, smoothly, gently, and as quietly as you can. So let's give it a try. I'm going to give you guidance. So let us inhale deeply through both the nostrils. And at the pinnacle of the inhalation, close your right nostril and exhale through the left nostril. Empty your lungs fully. Now inhale deeply through the left nostril as gently and smoothly as possible. Once you've completed inhalation, exhale fully through the left nostril. Now let's do that once again. Inhale. And at the pinnacle of inhalation, close your right nostril and exhale forcefully through the left nostril. Gently and smoothly as possible. And once you've completed the inhalation, Exhale fully through the left nostril. Now do that once again. Now exhale and bring attention to the center between the eyebrows. Now take a few normal breaths through both the nostrils. Breathe as you would normally. And now we reverse the nostrils. So again, we take a normal breath through both the nostrils, but this time we exhale fully through the right nostril while keeping the left nostril closed. Exhale gently and smoothly through the right nostril. And once again, let's repeat this. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale, bringing your attention to the eyebrow center and taking normal breath. So this, friends, is a very fundamental pranayam that we have just practiced. It is a prachadana vidarna pranayam. This is the first step. Now there are steps that follow this, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. I'm happy to speak to you after the session to guide you on this, but always remember that step 5 must always be done in person with someone to guide you, must not be done online like this. So steps 1 to 4, you can practice in the comfort of your home. And you may ask, why, what is important about the 5th step? Why does it need somebody who knows what they're doing? This particular pranayam, as you build up, is increasing in vigorousness. And so by the time you reach the 5th step, though you are quietly, inhaling and exhaling, it becomes more and more forceful. And so this should be done with somebody who is sitting in front of you, that is an expert, that can guide you through this. And also, one must give caution that those who are pregnant or lactating should not do this pranayam. This pranayam should not be done by them. The next pranayam that I'm going to speak about is Anulom Vilom, Nadi Shodhana. Now, a lot of people know this, the alternate nostril breathing pranayam. And if you have, I say this, if you only have time for the one pranayam, this is the one to do. It's easy to do. You can do it anywhere. 15 minutes of this pranayam a day has immense health and wellness benefits. And I will give a little bit of a tip here that we always begin this pranayam with the left nostril. Remember I said how the left nostril corresponds to Chandra, symbolizing the moon. So this particular pranayam must always begin with the left. You always begin with Chandra, not with Surya of the right. And inhaling to the left nostril has a cooling effect on the body. So this particular pranayam has all-round health benefits. It also helps to cool, and it also prevents calcification of the pineal gland. And this is why it's one of the master pranayams. It is absolutely fantastic. I implore everybody, if life can be busy, modern world is busy, but if you can just spend 15 minutes a day in the morning, before you start work to do this pranayam, you will see the immense benefits that it can deliver. It's especially beneficial for the brain and for the heart and the respiratory tract, and for those that are suffering from high blood pressure. So anything that is beneficial for the brain and the heart, respiratory tract, that's the one that is to be done. So in short, the whole nervous system is cleansed by this pranayam, and it's toned up by the practice of this pranayam. And this is why it's called Nadi Shodhan Pranayam. Now, ideally, this is to be done when sitting in Padmasana. Those that cannot sit in Padmasana, I always say you can do it as we are now, sitting upright, in a chair. Again, the waist, the back, the neck, and the spine should be erect. Just breathe with calmness, just, breathe with regularity. And the process for one round of Nadi Shodhan is as follows. You inhale through the left nostril and you exhale through the right nostril. You then inhale through the right nostril and you exhale through the left nostril. So your breath is traversing from left to right, right to left. And this is why it's so beneficial for the pineal gland, because your breath is moving in this direction, in this semicircular movement. And when you are able to do this without being able to hear your breath, this is Anulom Vilom. So anyone can do Nadi Shodhan. The Anulom Vilom aspect of it can take a bit of practice to get to a point where you're inhaling and exhaling very smoothly and also very quietly. Now, quietly is the one that is the trickier one, to do. But with time, one will be able to get to that point. So this is why it's Nadi Shodhan / Anulom Vilom. When we talk about inhaling through the left nostril, we use the thumb. Now, do you remember the mudra I spoke about, which is the Vishnu mudra? This is why this mudra is very beneficial, because you use your thumb to block the right nostril. And when you're inhaling, you inhale through the left. And when you're then exhaling from the right, you switch to these two fingers over here, the ring and the little finger, to close the left nostril. So always use the right hand. The thumb should always close the right nostril, and the remaining fingers from this Vishnu mudra should always be used to close the left nostril. So, if you see someone doing this, you'll see a lot of this happening. And this is the mudra. And again, as I had spoken of earlier, the Vishnu mudra is corresponding to Chandra. And this pranayam corresponds to Chandra. That's why we start with the left nostril. So when you do the corresponding mudra, it's also mudra that is amplifying that particular cohort of energy. And so this is why the Vishnu mudra should always be used when we are doing Nadi Shodhan or Anulom Vilom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to guide you through some rounds of Nadi Shodhan. Let us begin. Inhale through the left nostril. Exhale through the right nostril. Gently, softly, smoothly breathe in through the right nostril and exhale through the left nostril. Inhale through the left nostril. Exhale through the right nostril. Inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through the left nostril. Now continue inhaling and exhaling in this manner. And while doing so, try to focus on the smoothness and the quietness of the inhalation and the exhalation. Try to be mindful about how you're breathing, how you are inhaling, and how you are exhaling. Inhale through the left nostril. Exhale through the right nostril. Inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through the left nostril. Keep with the inhalation and the exhalation, focusing on the smoothness and the quietness of the breath. And finally, exhale. So in the beginning, this particular pranayam should be practiced 3 times. If you're not familiar with it, 3 rounds is sufficient, but it should be gradually increased to around 30 rounds. So that would hit the 15-minute mark. But there is no set time limit on how much you should do, or neither the minimum limit, because even just doing one round is beneficial to you. To be able to breathe with that rhythm and with that technique, where you are getting the oxygen, you're hitting the pineal gland, it's coming back down in that semicircular motion, is beneficial. So even if you do one round, it's beneficial. I personally do hope that I can inspire you to get going first thing in the morning with this, and to be able to do 15 minutes. Now, 15 minutes sounds long. Oh my God, 15 minutes of breathing, but actually it will go by very quickly. And I would like to give a personal experience and provide this to you to understand that sometimes when we are focusing on our breath and doing these sorts of breathing techniques, time eludes us. So many, many years ago, I was in college in Pune. That's where I studied. My first degree was at Pune University. And the Art of Living, Sri Ravi Shankarji, they wanted to come to our campus and to do some breathing with us. And I remember I was in second year of college, and we had this beautiful, auditorium. I studied at Wadia College in Pune. Any of those of you who are familiar with Pune will know, beautiful auditorium. And we thought, well, great, we don't have to sit for a business taxation and auditing class. So we were, and any excuse to get out of the BTA class. And we started to breathe and be guided on how to breathe from the stomach. So, the deep yogic breathing, with the belly. And we were told to look at our watches, because this is the days before smartphones, early 2000s. So look at the watch and mark what time it was. And then we were to shut our eyes and just breathe. And so we were breathing and we were breathing and we were breathing. When we were told to stop breathing, to us, it felt like no time had gone by. And we thought, wow, it's been a couple of minutes. Like, do we have to go back into class? Actually, 30 minutes had gone by. Half an hour had gone by. And we were absolutely astounded. We were sort of looking at each other and the watches and saying, is this wrong? Like, did our watches suddenly stop working? But this is the beauty when you are breathing with intention and you are focused and you're sitting with stillness, that something that can sound quite arduous, like having to sit still, and having to breathe for 15, 20, 30 minutes, you will be absolutely surprised as to how time just flows, because you are in rhythm. When you are breathing in such a way, you're helping to bring alignment with, all of your chakras, but you're also in rhythm with your external environment. You are in rhythm within the environment that surrounds you, and of course with cosmic universal time as well. So this is something that I wanted to share, because those of you that may think, God, I'm still not sure if I have time for this first thing in the morning, give it a go. Time will fly and you will see the health benefits. You will feel mentally clearer. It brings mental clarity. You will physically see the benefits also. There has been studies that have shown that those that do pranayama, even for 1 month, there even is a reduction in weight loss, because when you are working your body optimally, when all of your vital organs are working, when your digestive system is strong, you tend to then, if you're, for example, some, especially women, happen to hold on to a lot of water, depending on our hormonal cycles and things, by doing pranayama and having that rhythmic breathing technique a part of your life, people have spoken about dropping 5 to 8 pounds just simply from not even doing any exercise, but just simply having their body working optimally. If your body is working optimally, your metabolic rate is high. So you're burning the calories that you should be. You will not have a sluggish metabolism. All of the main vital organs, the brain, the heart, respiratory tract, the digestive tract, all of that is working optimally. And so something that is so simple, that doesn't require any investment other than your own time. And how much, should one say is too much to invest in our health? Health is wealth. So friends, I say to you, if you're able to do pranayama first thing in the morning, starting with Nadi Shodhan, Anulom Vilom, when you're able to do it quietly, I implore you, please, please, please do try. And aim for the inhalation and exhalation to be as smooth and as soundless as possible, so you get to the Anulom Vilom stage. And it's never too late. It doesn't matter what your physical or mental condition is. It's just about making the change today. So today you can make that change. And as Jayaji had spoken about her own, journey, which is so inspirational, that, it's just a matter of sort of making that decision, sticking with it, being diligent, and being consistent. Consistency is the key. You start, even if you start small, build up the capacity, but even a little bit a day has a cumulative all-round effect that will always be beneficial to you. So I hope that I've been able to inspire those of you that have participated in this session to do pranayama.
Yeah, very, very, very well. In fact, you have covered up all the small aspects, right from the very basics of what breathing is and how breathing should be, and how the use basically of breath. So in order to increase our ears, we seek so many things, but actually it's so important to look into so many other aspects of knowing the art of breathing, actually. And that art of breathing is so important. And so we have our wonderful contributors with us. Global Namaste, Keith. What have you to say about this? If what Reema just told about pranayama, and then over to you, Jaya. What have you to say about, because that was an important aspect of pranayama, how breathing and health is so important, actually. Yes, Keith, could you please throw some light? I'm audible.
How's that?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Global Namaste to you.
Namaste.
I would like to know your opinion and comments on pranayama, and Reema did a very beautiful session talking about and throwing light on how important it is as an art to breathe, actually.
Right. First thing I want to know is why am I the only grey-haired person here?
Sorry? You are the right person.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My experience on pranayama or any of the Indian cultures is very limited.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that what I'm listening to is not only opening the mind at a very late stage in my career, but it's showing me how wonderful not just Indian culture, traditional medicine is to us, but how it aligns with the Chinese culture as well. And this is something which I believe healing our earth and inviting people all the way from Central America to other places is wonderful. And I really just want to say that with my background, I think that breathing in and out of one nostril is all new to me. All new to me.
Okay.
And time is sometimes of the essence. So what I would say is I'm very grateful as a non-yogic background person to be welcome on this site. And I thank the team for inviting me and putting up with me. All right. Because as a former engineer, I see too many things in black and white. And I'm now beginning to understand there's much more. All right. And this decade is open for all of us to collate, to contribute to each other and for the world's population. Volunteering, getting paid for it, fantastic. But Reema, thank you very much. All right. Okay. I just logged on and I thought, well, let's see. I don't want to say too much because I get told off.
But actually, I could see you were getting the right tracks on engineering your breath now, because your track from your engineering side is now working on engineering your breath work. And so soon we'll be having a new Keith with us who has a realm of knowledge of engineering from the side, how the body works,
Amrita, can you turn your volume up a little bit?
Yes, sure.
All right. I do have my hearing aids in.
Yeah, no, well, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Real pleasure.
Thanks a lot from our host as well as the whole team of Healing Our Earth. Thank you. And Jaya, what comments do you have for Reema? Like, what is pranayama's crux that we all have been practicing and knowing about? Yes.
Reema said it so well. Reema, hats off. You were so detailed and so precise. And I would also think it's the best way, if you had one pranayam to do, it would be Anulom Vilom or alternate nostril breathing. And you're right, the time just flies. And if you start in these small steps, little, build it up to 15 minutes, start with 5 minutes. I think it's going to be a wonderful practice. It's a game changer for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Reema.
Yeah. And it just reminded me of our yoga classes and our pranayama classes. And when you talk about pranayama, to go on breath, because breath is the only cord that connects your body with your mind, and that connects your soul with you. Because when you say you are dead, it is just the prana that is leaving. So the body and the soul goes away once your prana leaves you. And so the whole journey is to imbibe that prana. The whole idea is to give nourishment to that prana all over our life. And I think we forget that, holding and hoarding so many possessional materialistic things, isn't it, Jaya and Reema? That we keep holding so many things, but actually we must hold the cords of that breath, and how that wonderful journey of breath can do so much of tremendous changes, as you mentioned. So basically you covered up all the aspects, right from the nervous system that talks about the sympathetic and the parasympathetic flow, how it can change our thoughts, how an aggressive mind. Now you see, if you see, our breath is very much synchronized with our emotions and our feelings. And when we see that thing, our emotions and feelings, when you get angry, you really breathe fast, you know. And whenever you are relieved from something, you say, thank God. And what we are doing actually with that thank God, we're taking a deep exhale actually. And with that exhalation, my mind gets relaxed, basically. And these kind of things are subconsciously happening. And when we do it consciously through pranayama, it can make a tremendous change. But that another aspect that Reema covered was also very true, that it is very important to take guidance from somebody who can tell you what is right, what not, because there are so many medical conditions that can be a game changer in that, and they can be fatal too. And right from your low blood pressure to having dizziness to even syncope and coma, because these kind of excess of everything is bad. So too much of prana, I always say, can take your life as well, because it can make you hyperventilated also. So it's not just hyperventilation. We just talk about carbon dioxide, but oxygen, too much of oxygen to the body is also poisonous. Then you must look into it, how much is good, beautiful. So Jaya, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Reema, for joining us and showing such a beautiful light on the way to breathe, and the pranayama techniques were so wonderful. Thank you, Jaya. From Mumbai, and thank you, Reema, from US. We are on the two opposite corners talking about the same thing. This is what is the worth and beauty of Healing Our Earth. And we have our founder and director, Neil Kumar, who wants to add up something and the comments on that. Over to you. Thank you.
So we still have a time before we bring in Nidhi here. We have still got 10 minutes. Reema, you can just stay on in Jaya. Reema, you gave some tips about breathing. Breathing is very essential part of life. So one of the first thing I teach or groom people is very simple. If you cannot breathe oxygen, you're finished.
That's right.
You can live without food. You can live without water. You can live without so many things in life. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. But without oxygen, maybe 5 minutes at the most. If you're a scuba diver, maybe 7 minutes. There are no human beings who can go beyond that. Some gurus say that they can live without oxygen and everything, but we haven't discovered one yet. So what are your tips in a simple way, okay? What are your tips? Because some people may have asthma, some people may have lung problems. What are the general tips that can apply to human beings of any age and category that you know that will work just for breathing in a simple form? Say you are on a chair. What ought you be doing if you are, say, maybe driving, apart from concentrating on the road, or if you are sitting and watching TV? I think a bit of breath exercise is always good. What are your thoughts? And send to you, Amrita, in a moment.
I think that as I discussed earlier, as humans, we've sort of forgotten how to breathe properly. And that primarily is to do with, the construct of modern life. So our breathing generally is shallower than our ancestors. And with that, the manifestation of diseases, there are diseases that we have that is part of the human condition that were not part of the human condition, 5, 6, 7 generations ago. So there is a correlation between things like diet, but also how we have forgotten to breathe. So I think the important aspect, there's one thing that it would be, is try and breathe from your stomach. So when you're breathing, we tend to breathe shallow, in a very shallow manner from the nose. It's very nasal. And this is the reason why, this is not the way to breathe. The way to breathe is deeply from the stomach. So if there's one thing I would say is, at least once in a day, consciously sit and take deep breaths from the belly, deep belly breath, where you bring in, and now this is why Om, like the chanting of Om, and we speak about mantras and meditation, why Om is very beneficial. It's because you're taking that breath from the stomach and you're bringing it up through the chakras, and then you're coming out from the nose. And so those that are happy to, I would say, say 5 to 7 ohms, starting with the belly, feel that breath come up, and then you exhale from the nose. So that's the one thing I would say. I also think that we are sedentary a lot. Homes generally, some people have houseplants, some don't. But if you can, at least once a week, sit out in nature, amongst trees where there's ample oxygen supply, and do this type of breathing, deep belly breathing, it helps to truly oxygenate all the cells in your body. So that would be the most simplest tip. If you can sit out with nature and do deep belly breathing, wonderful. If you can't, but you are sitting at your desk, or you're, sitting at the traffic signal, waiting for the light to turn green, just a couple of fleeting seconds even, just consciously breathe from your stomach deeply, with intention, really think about how you're breathing, think about the rhythm, and try to clear your mind when you're doing so. It will be beneficial. It helps to sort of cut sometimes the inner cycle in the head, the inner monologue, which is sort of laced and veiled with stress. This is why meditation is important, because it helps to sort of cut a negative cycle. So I think if you're able to breathe, even for a couple of seconds, in the day, you catch yourself being able to have a little bit of time just to simply do that, whilst you're sedentary at work, or whilst you're sitting in the car, or you're sitting in front of the TV, watching television, watching the news. Try to breathe with intention from the belly, and it helps to sort of cut any sort of negative stress and negative thought pattern that's also happening in your mind. So that's the most simplest thing. Just breathe. Just breathe. And breathe from the belly. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I would add on, Reema, to that. So taking out space for yourself and time for yourself is very important, because
Absolutely.
The moment you take time for yourself, that's the time when you take a deep gasp and you realize you're breathing too. Because with stress, we hardly think about, because it's coming and going, until and unless we have a stuffy nose, or we have got a rhinitis or a flu, we hardly bother we are breathing or not, or there's something obnoxious.
True.
Well, and then at the last stage of our life, when the doctor says no more time for you, then we think, okay, let's do something actually. And this thing was very evident at the time of COVID, when people were so anxious and they thought that, oh my God, whether the next breath which is coming is as an oxygen, and should I have my pulse meter and oxygen meters on to level to see what is my saturated levels. And that time is a very late time, practicing these kind of techniques every day. So at the time of COVID as well, we have been training so many people to learn how to breathe, and not to get conscious about that you'll be dying, but to know the art of breathing. Because if it is helping you and saving your life in this way, it is making your life blissful too. And another beautiful thing that I think is important, when you give time to yourself, basically, you go out, make sure you go out in nature, open your arms, and then try to inhale and exhale. So the kind of technique that you have been talking about, the yogic breath, is a combination of three types of breathings that we have. So one is the breath which is taken for the thorax and the clavicle, so at the upper part of the breath. Then we have the thorax breath, where you're taking the breath into the middle part of your lungs. And when you take the abdominal breath, you are really taking it into the deep last part of your lungs. And you will not believe, we have got 100,000 million alveoli, which are the air sacs in our lungs to breathe, which hold the air, and exchange of gases take place. But in our whole life, we don't even use half of them for breathing, because we are shallow breathers. As you mentioned, we breathe just this much and we don't use the whole lung capacity. So basically, pranayama helps to build in the lung capacity. You try to breathe in, and whenever you are in stress, try to have good exhales, and that will calm your mind down, will give you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Just to let you know, Lama has just joined in, but his session is now over because we need to move over to Riddhi. But Lama, hello, how are you? And I suppose you were having problem joining us.
Global namaste, Lama Tantrapa.
Yes, I'm
Lama,
joining.
can you hear me?
Oregon.
Lama,
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
So Lama, thank you for coming. I suppose you were having problem connecting. So we'll have to see you some other time, but we still have 3 minutes before we can chat to you. Give us a quick rundown on your dream yoga for at least 3-4 minutes before we move to our next session, which is with Riddhi and them.
Well, the dream yoga is the art of awakening. It's awakening in both our dreams at night that we all have, although some people think that they don't have dreams because they simply don't remember their dreams. And it's also the art of awakening in the dream we call our daily life. In other words, those people who want to practice meditation or yoga or other disciplines because they want to experience enlightenment, hopefully in this lifetime, well, the dream yoga serves as the shortcut to enlightenment. It literally provides you the ability to experience enlightenment in this lifetime in a way similar to how you awaken in your dreams at night. We all have dreams at night, but how often do we actually realize that we're dreaming when we're having a dream? That's what we would call lucid dreaming. That's one of the key characteristics of dream yoga. It teaches how to become lucid or awake in a dream, and it applies to both daydreams as well as night dreams, because the nature of dreaming is the same, whether you're dreaming at night or you're dreaming during the day. In fact, it's easier to become awake in a daydream because you're not asleep. And so we learn how to become lucid or awake in both our daydreams as well as our dreams at night. And both of them serve as the catalyst for spiritual awakening in this big dream that we call daily life. So that's why I call dream yoga the shortcut to experiencing enlightenment. When you become awake in a dream, one of the things that you realize is that nobody does anything to you. You are the creator of your dream, and that means it actually is a very empowering and also enlightening experience. And you also have the choice, what kind of dream to create? Do you want to create a nightmare? Well, most people don't want to create nightmares once they realize they're dreaming. And that is exactly the reason why we experience happier dreams when we are lucid in them. That is also what is associated with enlightenment. We know that when we experience enlightenment, we experience the sense of bliss or nirvana. Nirvana is freedom from suffering. That's exactly what we experience when we stop creating a nightmare for ourselves. We also experience the sense of oneness with everything and everyone. Well, that's what you experience in your dream. When you awaken and you realize that you are one with the world of the dream that you are creating in your consciousness. And all the dream characters are not separate from you. They're actual mental projections that you experience as if they are separate entities. Well, that leads to compassion, another important quality of enlightened consciousness.
So Lama, we have lost your video temporarily. Let's actually remind, because we're coming to new sessions now, let's remind people that who you are, and you are Master Lama Tantrapa. You are from a Tibetan shamanic Qigong, which has been fostered in your clan for 27 generations since 1224 AD. So you are from a very nice lineage, which is so important and alternative here to a different part of yoga. So naturally, it is dream yoga. If anybody wants to know more about Lama Tantrapa, then dreamyogacoaching.com. Go to the website called dreamyogacoaching.com. You will know more about that. And Lama, at this point, let's remind people that we are planning to tie up lots and lots of healing sessions through your TV channel. And as from today, we are broadcasting live through your YouTube channel, which is running live right now. So welcome on the part of Healing Our Earth to our many channel partners, which are connected to us. And we look forward to a long time with you. Lama, hang around and maybe we'll see if we can chit chat with you in a moment. Let's go with few things that are lined up. Your friend, Keith Shah from the Qigong of big organization is also here. He was waiting for you all the time and particularly came just for you. So maybe we'll say hello to him a bit later. So Lama, hang around here for a moment and we will chit chat with you. And meanwhile, let's go to our next host and our kitchen episode producer. Seema wants to say something as well. Seema, unmute yourself.
Very warm global namaste to all our viewers.
Seema, you were very keen to wish somebody a happy birthday. So what was the surprise that you were supposed to be planning?
Okay. So the little birdie told me that it's someone's very special day. Happiest birthday, Dr. Amrita Sharma. On behalf of Healing Our Earth, our whole family here, we have something very small that we'd like to say for you. We would write a million thank yous if we thought anyone would say just how grateful we are for everything you do on this platform each and every single day. We will not write you a million thank yous because that would take too much time. But just to let you know, we're really, truly thankful for everything you do, and may you always shine. Happy birthday, Dr. Amrita. May God bless you with many, many more to come. Yeah, and we hope from our whole family here at Healing Our Earth, we hope you're getting thoroughly spoiled today. Or tomorrow, if it's your birthday tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tonight it will start and tomorrow is my birthday. Yeah.
So
thank you. I think every day is my birthday. I'm so thankful.
And Amrita, our Didi wants to wish you a happy birthday as well.
Thank you indeed. A very happy birthday to you, Dr. Amrita. It's amazing to see the way that you have flourished over the last few weeks with all of your hosting and the immense skills that you have grown. And not only are you now a dedicated Ayurvedic practitioner, but you are part of the team of hosting as well. So congratulations, happy birthday for tomorrow, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
And Amrita, while you are there, our expert from Yokkulam, Digant Das, is here as well, and I'm sure he's smiling because he was very happy to wish you a happy birthday.
Yes, and that picture was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Digant. And shortly we'll be welcoming you officially on Healing Our Earth family. Lama, while you are there, do you want to wish our Dr. Amrita Sharma, the episode host over here, a happy birthday in your language or your style of dream yoga?
Absolutely. Happy birthday, Dr. Amrita. I wish you a wonderful year ahead and many, many more to come.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Lama Tantrapa, thank you very much. We like to remind people that Lama Tantrapa is a very famous dream yoga expert in the world. He runs a TV station and an important social media. He is now partnered with Healing Our Earth. And shortly, some of you hosts and facilitators will be going through his TV channel. Lama, we love you and we're going to see you soon. Thank you very much for being part of Healing Our Earth, a free global online community channel that brings in love, unity, peace, liberty, and harmony. Thank you very much, Lama. Stay around because Digant is a very good expert and he's going to bring alternative ideas through our host, Riddhi Vyas. So Riddhi, shortly you will be taking over. Rama, hang around. Seema, what more comments have you got left before we let you go and you're still here?
Amrita ji, why don't you share with us how you're going to be celebrating your birthday tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think this kind of a day I never expected, and to be honored to have such a beautiful family is a very big bliss in my life. I have no words to express that. Truly no. And when Riddhi, you were saying that like over the weeks I just came, it's not just me, it's just your all love. So each one of you, I found so much of immense love and space and apnapan, to be you yourself. So I found a little home in every heart. And whenever I talk to you, I just find I have been talking to you since ages, actually. So it's not new to me.
Amrita?
And this love has given me a big home. So a very tight hug to all of you. I can't hold my laptop. But from my side, there's a big hug to each one of you. Thank you so much.
Amrita, we are getting many messages on my WhatsApp here now, so I will send you the list later. We've got Lata. Lata, your quick birthday wish, and then we need to move on. Lata, quickly over your birthday wish.
Happy birthday, Amrita.
Thank you,
and many, many, many more from all of us. Wishing you, you know.
Thank you so much.
2023. So you're a Cancerian, are you?
Yeah, I'm a Cancerian. True. I'm a Cancerian.
That was a wish from our Lata, who is our permanent team at the back end over here. Seema, let's go and now say goodbye to Dr. Amrita. So with you now.
Can we sing a birthday song in Sanskritam for her?
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. So I'll sing it. Many of us might already know it. This one composed by Swami Tejomayananda ji. So I'll sing it and, let's hum it in that. Probably share the lyrics also later. Janma dinamidam ai priya sakhe shantanu tute sarvada mudam prarthayamahe bhavashatayushi ishvara sada tvam cha rakshatu punya karmana kirtimarjaya jivanam tava bhavatu sarthakam janmadinamitam ai priya sakhe Shandanu tute sarvadamudam. So the meaning of what we just said is let this Janmadinam be like we are wishing you a happy birthday, very happy birthday, Janma. Oh dear friend, we are wishing you a happy birthday. Janmadinam Aipriyasake Shantanutute Sarvadamudam always. So then we are also saying that in this live for 100 years. 100 happy and healthy and smiling. Happily live for 100 years. And
Digan, just to let you know that Dr. Amrita also speaks, apart from different languages, Sanskrit. I'm sure she will reply you and say thank you in Sanskrit to you.
Oh, Namo Namaha. Bahu Samichinam Bo.
Dhanyavad, Dhanyavad. It is a beautiful compilation in the Sanskrit, which is with the Sanskrit words, and Sanskrit has its own beauty of, serenity as well as the beauty of spirituality. And when you talk and give the wishes in this way, it's so blissful. So, Atha Dhanyavadam.
Yes. So just to add, we wish God to bless her, give her a happy life, and not only that, we want her to do a lot of good work which she is doing. Punya karmana kirti marjaya. Get kirti out of doing good work, punya karma. And jivanam, last word is very important. Jivanam tava bhavatu sarthakam. Let this life of ours that we have gotten be fruitful, useful, and we fulfill all our dreams for which we have come here. So that's a very great message.
Thank you so much. Giving me light to have a sarthak jivan. A sarthak jivan in the sense is to have a meaningful life. So to have a meaningful life, I think, is the biggest gift that anybody can give and wish to. So that's so blissful. That's why.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. We wish you all the best. Yashashvi Bhava, Ayushman Bhava. Hang around. We'll be chatting with you in a moment. Seema, let's go and invite and welcome Riddhi. If you could just do the introduction, and then Riddhi can take over.
So yes, we have a very magical and wonderful girl with us today, who's going to be our host from now. Riddhi Vyas. Riddhi is qualified as a yoga and meditation teacher with the Shivanand Vedantic Center and has since developed a passion for yoga, philosophy, and psychology. She has further trained as a cognitive behavioral hypnotherapist and was fascinated by how teachings from the Vedic scriptures and Pranayama have influenced Western psychology. Riddhi regularly shares her wellness knowledge and practical experiences with professionals of all ages and backgrounds, providing strategies for emotional resilience. She boosts their natural happiness on levels that are just phenomenal, and she guides her clients to be deeply energized and relaxed for a better work-life balance. And I think personally that is something that we all need. Riddhi has also spoken at the British Parliament, the Ministry of Defence, corporate law firms, as well as various radio stations and various universities across the UK, with a single aim to rise as a conscious leader. And yes, may I add one more thing? She is a budding lawyer too. So a very warm global namaste. Riddhi, how are you today?
Global namaste. Thank you for such a riveting introduction. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hot.
Yes, it's like an oven, isn't it?
It's like an oven these days. I have my fan here, so my hair will probably be blowing all over the place.
And Riddhi, before we let Seema go, Seema, thank you very much for being one of the part of the lead last night at the RSC Club, where we had over 25 of the Healing Our Earth team supporting with the live report and the news. Blitz India are our actually strategic partners as a Blitz UK. So you did a wonderful job yesterday, a toiling heat, but you never gave up together with our whole Healing Our Earth team. Thank you very much, Seema, and we'll catch up with you soon. Don't leave us. We need to move on.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Riddhi, it's all yours, and let's get to the Yokalam. This is something we all need to know more about because it's an organization that flourishes and does retreats, etc. So if you could tell us a bit more about it and introduce our next expert, that would be very kind of you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Neilbhai. I've got to say our next expert is a global pracharak. He's been traveling globally, and Sanskrit is a language that comes so naturally to him as well. So our next speaker is Digantji Dash, and he will be doing a session on yoga for happiness. Digantji has qualified from S. Vyasa, Bangalore, where he did his master's in light meditation, and he's also trained to continue with his yoga training. He does a fantastic job with Yogalam, which is also part of HSS. Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh has actually developed this concept, and it is one that really goes to the depths of a lot of, shall we say, the Western yoga has been developed and coined from this perspective. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce him. So namaste, Digantji.
Namaste.
How are you?
I am good, fabulous. I was there in two yoga events in the past. One, I was fortunate to be at the UN in the International Yoga event.
Right.
And then in Dallas, we had a International Day of Yoga with all different kinds, bhakti yoga to yoga and pranayama, meditation, everything together. And so it was great. I reached California today, more like yesterday night.
Right.
So, yeah. So it's great to be here with all of you now.
Truly amazing just to have your energy here, to be able to travel between North and South America, Europe, UK. You were with us just last month as well, doing some phenomenal work. And yes, being International Yoga Day, we've just had HSS Hounslow International Yoga Day this morning as well. So celebrating that in West London, where we've done a mixture of things. We did pranayama, we had yoga, we even had yoga nidra, and just the ability of these participants to just let go and just to be present in the moment. And I'm sure that's something you can share a little bit more about, Digantji, as well. So let me ask you this: what is yoga to you? What does yoga mean?
Yoga means, actually many things to many people. And but if we go to the texts, there are several definitions of yoga. The one that comes from Yoga Sutras says yoga chitta vritti nirodha, which means yoga is a technique wherein we will be able to quieten the ever perturbing and moving mind. So yoga is a way, in a simple words, you can say, getting a mastery over mind. That's a kind of easier way to say it. But technically, it is silencing the disturbances that is going on in the mind. That's one definition. We can take another one coming from Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Karmatsu Kaushalam. How we can do, anything that we are doing in our life being established in yoga. So many definitions are there, but one of the best one is like yoga deals with mind. So if we are able to quieten, like example, I'll be quick. The example that they give, that if a lake is disturbed, then we cannot see. If there is a lot of rain, in particular rainy season, the water is so muddy, we cannot see anything. But come the summer, when it is like a snow, melting snow, the cool water going and flowing, you can see any little pebbles in the lake or in the river. So if the mind is clear, we can see what is underneath the depth. So the Yoga Sutra right after says, Tada drashtu swarupe vasthanam. Once you are able to quieten these disturbances, you can clearly see who you really are and our real nature. is divine, happiness, bliss, anything that we can think about, talk about. So that is the goal of yoga.
Amazing. So I think you've just done a really good job there of describing the goal of yoga and how meditation can help us. I want to rewind the steps a bit. And Yoga Sutras actually teach us about Sthiram Sukham Asana, having a steady, calm posture because the body is within the mind. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Interestingly, not just meditation, to do any work for whatsoever, we need a healthy body. If our back is aching, hands are shaking, we cannot do anything. In fact, in a funny and lighter way, somebody said that, the conversation between Sri Krishna and Arjuna started, and then in the battlefield, Arjuna was telling, take me to the middle. I want to see who are there to fight, and they fought and everything. Then when he saw, he got into this, thinking that, what will happen after the war, this and that, and I don't want to go into detail, but we all know that. And then he describes to Krishna, look, my eyes are getting blurry, my hands are shaking, I'm sweating, I cannot hold on to my Gandiva, which is such a powerful weapon, and everybody knows about it. And he sits down. After that, Sri Krishna starts Bhagavad Gita, and it goes on for 18 chapters. And after that, almost at the end, Sri Krishna and Arjuna conversation comes like Arjuna says, look, Krishna, I am ready. I can see clearly, steadily, holding my Gandiva. You tell me what to do. And Krishna says, Yad Ichchasi Tat Kuru. Whatever you think right, do it. So that's the impact of Bhagavad Gita, which is a shastra or the text of yoga.
So that's amazing. So that's really teaching us about karmas and taking the right actions at the right step. It's also teaching us about Vishada Yogi, being in a state of despondency and how we can start to break free of that. So bringing that back to a Western context, we see there the difference in states of stress. So the difference between then fight, flight, and freeze, whether somebody actually goes towards something with that sense of clear concentration, clear vision, clear direction, or whether somebody actually retreats from something. How can, in a busy Western lifestyle, how can we manage to know the directions, to be aligned with our Swadharma, but also not to be in a state of freeze, in a state of stress, but to start to overcome those effects of stress and to be present in the moment?
Actually, in your question is the answer. The last statement that you said, to be present in the moment, is the answer.
But that is something that we all know, right? But it's the simplest of things, but it's the most difficult to do.
Most difficult things. So that's where many techniques are there. One is, of course, the meditation, the pranayamas, and then the path of meditation. But also the path of knowledge helps there. If we are not disturbed by what's going to happen in the future and not be worried about what happened in the past, then that puts us in a solid grounding on the current, because we only have control over the present. Right. And the future is also present, because what we do now will become the future, and the past was present one day. So that knowledge, the path of knowledge, also helps in putting that in perspective. Yes. And if we are a person who is more of the tendency having devotion, then just do it as part of love for the people, humanity for whom you are working. Let that love flow as part of action that you take.
Right, but that love starts with cultivating a sense of self-love as well, right? So that when our cups are full, that ripple can start to go into our families, into society, to be able to raise consciousness. So how can we start to breathe in a way that enables us to be one with ourselves?
Yes, very important that unless we cannot be happy and be with us, somebody in a lighter note said, if you are not, be comfortably staying with yourself and loving yourself, how do you expect others to do so? So if we are, at ease and happy with ourselves, and that love and affection flows for us, that also radiates.
So many people tend to go to the externals in order to be able to get that happiness. So it may well be in the form of sweets, or in the form of fizzy drinks, or even in the form of like masala chai, hot masala chai, or on a day like this in the form of cool ice cream even. So how can we start to, is that real true happiness?
That's actually the one that gives us instant gratification.
Right.
In fact, the centers in the brain, which is the center of satisfaction and the center of happiness, like hunger and satisfaction, they're so close to each other, it's very easy to get camouflaged. So whenever we are not happy, we feel hungry and we eat all the junk food. And when we get that, we feel as if we are happy. But if we are happy, we will not crave for junk food. That's one way of looking at it. Other way, and it comes in a very wonderfully in Shankaracharya's Viveka Chudamani. He says, the craving for things or people or anything comes because of the disturbance of the mind. The moment we get the masala chai or the rasgulla or whatever we are looking for, or meet the friend we are looking to meet, that urge is quenched. Mind is still. That stillness of mind is happiness. So that's where we get the happiness of things and stuff, right? But whereas our inner nature is happiness. So if we can develop that tendency to calm down the mind through meditation, pranayama, all the techniques that we have in front of us, then we are happy eternally. And with that happiness, you can do rest of the thing. You can eat a rasgulla with a happy mind. You'll enjoy it more than when you are disturbed and have this smoothie or candy. Yeah.
I tend to call it hungry, when they tend to be eating their emotions as opposed to being in that state of a calm, reflective mind. And I think our breathing during that time is completely different as well. Somebody that is very angry, for example, will have a faster heart rate, their breathing will be a lot faster. So they're going to be in a state of turbulence. Their mind isn't going to be relaxed. I would actually call that a heavy meditation, because somebody that is in that state is more likely to feel a little bit sleepy, a little bit lethargic. So how can they actually start to develop a light meditation?
The easiest one that in front of us is the balancing of the breath. So when the mind is agitated, breath becomes short, shallow, and that kind of adds to it. But if we reverse the process, start breathing deep and long, that calms down the mind. And again, the right nostril corresponds to the Surya Nadi, which brings in, the Surya, the fire element, the energy, and the calmness comes from the left nostril. If we do the alternate nostril breathing, that kind of calms down the mind. So a lot of these pranayama techniques really help.
Fantastic. And then how can we use that for a state of positive well-being? How can we help people to create the sense of positivity within that enhances their health and their well-being? So they start to move now, start to switch from a state of stress to a state of positive well-being.
That's right. This light meditation that you mentioned was part of my research.
Right.
And I did that with the children who were kind of displaced internally because of the lasting violence in the country of Colombia in South America. So there is a school called SI School of Human Values. They teach this technique and it is so simple. You basically think about a light at your heart center or at the Ajna chakra, and you feel that light within you is kind of the light of power, love, affection, and it fills you whole, fills your whole body, every cell and organ. and then it goes out, radiates like an aura around you, and you imagine that you are spreading this power, energy, and love to your near and dear ones, friends and family, and entire world. Cover the whole world with your love, that you have that power, and be in that state. And after 5 minutes, you come back and feel that it is with me all the time throughout the day, and start the day at 8 o'clock with that kind of
That's
feeling.
amazing, Jiginchi. So I've got to say, fantastically well explained. But there's always a difference between explaining something and actually experiencing something, and to be able to delve a little bit deeper. Could you actually share that meditation with us now? Can we actually do a short meditation?
You want us to do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that will be wonderful. That will be wonderful. In fact,
Fantastic.
on a lighter note, somebody said that fake it till you make it.
Right. Absolutely. Yes. So I think we've also got Yokula members here as well. We've got Pradeep ji and we have Usha ji as well. Pradeep ji has been absolutely instrumental in helping out in the UK as well. He's done quite a few of the works on the ground to be able to set up the Yokulam. So whilst he's been doing the global work, he's been doing the work in the background. In a minute, I'm going to ask if they would like to join us for your meditation as well, just so that we can actually have a little bit of like a feedback afterwards as well, and just see how everyone's got on with that meditation. And we've also got Usha ji as well. She is very prominent within HSS Samiti. She does a lot of work with young girls to really help and cultivate these people into true leaders, to just be themselves at any given point, to really be able to develop that sense of leadership. And I think it's fantastic to actually have them all joining us today. So Ushaben, if you would like to come onto screen as well, that would be great. And in a minute, Diginji, I'm going to ask you to actually get started with this meditation. Let's have a short experience of it, because when we actually experience that live, we can see a real difference there in the way that it actually comes across. So Diginji, without further ado, please go ahead.
Sure. Sounds good. So let's sit comfortably, whether you are sitting in a chair or if you are in a position to lie down, you can do that also, but it's good to sit comfortably with back and neck straight, tall. And if you want, you could close your eyes and observe the breathing. Deep inhalation and exhalation. Feel the movement of prana throughout the body. Now let us imagine a bright light, like a candle or a diya, the light of a diya or a deepam, right at the heart center or at the Ajna chakra between the eyebrows. And experience that warmth, the light, the brightness, and the aura around it. That is our own self, the energy that let it expand slowly and gradually. That love, that affection, that healing touch of that energy, let it spread around your body, the face, the chest, the arms, the abdomen, the legs. The entire body is getting energized, getting light, And let that light, the energy, the love and affection ooze out, spread beyond the body, and let us experience that wonderful aura around us. A protective sheath, a sheath of energy, the love, the kindness, the compassion, filled with that. And let us expand that beyond us. Let it grow and glow. And let it reach to our neighbors. And then go beyond and let that touch our near and dear ones, friends and family. And let us go beyond our friends and family and let us distribute and give this energy to everyone. Let it flow in the river, with the lakes and the mountains, and merge with the sea, vast blue sea, and the sky, engulf the entire universe. Let the energy within expand and merge with the universal energy, the universal consciousness. Let us be one with everyone and be one with everything. Let that light within radiate and become the one that heals everyone, spreads the love and affection, the kindness, compassion. Let it ooze and flow. Let us be in that golden or bright womb, and everybody within that is getting energized, getting healed, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually getting charged up. Let us be in that state. Let that energy not leave anybody, any living, non-living beings. They are the part of it. And slowly and gradually bring back that awareness within you. And together let us experience that energy at the heart center or the Ajna chakras between the eyebrows. And let that energy be with us all the time. And let us bring the hands together at the heart center, join them together in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down little bit, honoring Mother Earth and our own mother, grandmothers, friends and family. Thank them with a sense of gratitude. And let us thank the rishis who gave us this knowledge, and the scientists, the researchers who developed this comfort and wellness that we are in. So let us be grateful to one and everyone. All that we have gotten from somebody. So let us be thankful. And with that, let us rub the palms to create some warmth between the palms. Rub them together. And place them above the eyes. And we could see the darkness or colors or patterns, some geometric patterns. And with few blinks, we can open our eyes, and if you want, you can gently massage the face, neck, and the body. And with few blinks, we can open our eyes.
Wow, thank you so much, Diganji, for actually letting us experience this fantastic meditation. Ushabin, how did you find that meditation?
Namaste, everyone. Thank you, first of all, Riddhi, to invite me on this platform, and Namaste, Diganji, and Pradeepji, and all invited guests. It's a pleasure to be with this platform, and it's really nice, all program going on very well. So my question is, this meditation, the talk was really well, Diganji. And just my question is, how this yoga and meditation help to the children within their body, their focus, and their education?
Very good question, Ushaben. So like this 5-10 minutes, we must have experienced a great deal of energy and calmness. The body is light, mind is clear, and a sense of happiness kind of comes out of the practice. So our study showed that all these children that we did the experiments and had a questionnaire, for them, the stress, anxiety, and depression scale in that, they were normal to mild, whereas very same area, same background, children in the public school that didn't do this 10 minutes of meditation on a regular basis, their anxiety and stress were high to severe. And as far as the memory is concerned, these children who are doing the meditation, their memory was better, their mathematical skills were better, and self-respect and self-knowledge and the sense of satisfaction of who we are, whether it's our body, our physique, our tone, or our behavior, people were more happier with themselves when they did this meditation compared to the public school.
Thank you. That was really helped because I work with children, and I had some questions, so I thought that really good idea to ask and have some knowledge from you. Thank you. Thank you, Riddhi.
Yeah, Ushaji, like, being a teacher, your first thought goes to the children. We are really happy about that.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ushabin. I hope you had a few nuggets of wisdom there, but it was a great question. And I know that one of the aims of Yogalam is to reach out to more children, is to inspire them from such a young age to start to look after their health and their well-being, to start to generate that sense of inner confidence, that inner trust, that sense of wholeness, that sense of oneness with themselves. And we also have fantastic Pradeepji that can join us today as well. I'm so grateful that he could join us. It's really been a very last minute thing that I think he is very qualified to actually tell us a little bit more about Yogalam and their aims.
Okay, Namaste, Riddhiji. Namaste, Diganji.
Ushaben and everybody here. Nice to see you all again. And thank you again for inviting me as well. So, Yoga Kulam, and anyway, before I start, I thank you, Diganji, for giving us the Virat Rupa Darshan of Bhagwan just now.
Yes, and I know, Pradeepji, you actually
The whole-
specialize in Sanskrit
the whole
and
energy
as well as
expansion.
Diganji.
So it almost took us into that zone, which is a very nice. Later on, maybe I would like to ask you something on that. That when we do these things, we have this great experience, but then why do we fall into this Vismriti mode, forgetfulness, in spite of having so much joy and ananda and pleasure? Why do then we fall for this cheap imitation jewelry, as they call it, when the gold and the pearls are there? It is beyond, I don't understand. I mean, at the moment it looks great, and then again we keep falling. So that, what you call it, yoga bhrashta, why do we go through that repeatedly? I can understand once, I can understand twice. That is something I can never understand. So yeah, that's one of my questions from my side to you.
It's like interesting. This topic comes again and again in multiple shastras. So one of the things they say about Shreyas and Preyas. Shreyas is the right thing to do, and Preyas is the dear thing to do. What we love right now, Preyas, and Shreya is the right thing, the Shrestha, which is the thing. So, for example, like watching a movie versus doing homework. Movie gives us enjoyment, but then if the exam is there, we better leave the movie and watch that later and focus on the studies. Same with yoga. We all know doing yoga and meditation helps us, but then first thing we do is look at the WhatsApp and get all the garbage into our head, as if we don't see that, the world is going to fall. But we get into this instant gratification right away. And like all of us understand, it comes from a deep-rooted samskaras. It comes automatically, like, it is there. So like this kama, krodha, lobha, moha, they are kind of built in either currently or in the storehouse. So if the garbage in, garbage out, if that is there in the background, it will come forward whether you like it or not. So we have to do the constant cleaning. Many of us, love cooking. So if you don't clean the kitchen, it will become bad, because cooking goes on there, right? Every day you need to cook and clean. So we need to clean our mind and body, everything, every day. And multiple times a day, even if it's 5 minutes, that's why the three transition junctions, we are asked to do that, again, whether it's a chanting, repetition, or the puja, or the arati. So few times a day we do, so that we reset, come back clean.
Malanirmochanam pumsai jalasnanam dine dine.
Yes.
Gita Basi Snanam Sansara Malanashanam. Bahut dhanyavadam, Diganji. Okay, so this question coincidentally again helps us to explain what Yoga Kulam, what we aim to do. Basically, many people, especially when the Western influence takes over, people then have a tendency to trivialize anything we do. So, for example, they want to box it, control it. I've conquered the Mount Everest. I've conquered the crossing the channel. So this kind of attitude, when it is applied, it is more into a Rajo kind of mode. But the reality is, with that mindset, then the trivialization of yoga becomes, where yoga becomes just a physical exercise, where its overall purpose is reduced just to physical well-being. But when you connect it with the roots, as we see in the Bhagavad Gita, the starting point of the lecture of Sri Krishna starts from who are we? We are Atman and we are not the body. So that is one of the first goals of Yogakulam, to connect it with our Indic roots, our Vedic roots, our Shastras, so that it is not trivialized to the physical form or physical exercises, but it is seen in a samagra form, which is what it should be, right? And then who it is meant for. Many a time, again, the other extreme of the story is Indians think they are superior to anybody else because this Shastra belongs to us. I'm Hindu, the Bhagavad Gita is mine, and everybody else is tuchha, you know. So this kind of mindset then again leads to the other side of the extreme, which is that it is my property kind of thing. No, this is for all living entities. So the second fold goal is to expand it to for all the living entities, irrespective of the race, caste, creed, religion, geography, etc., etc. Then the third part, if we look at it, is this is the horizontal expansion. And then the first, as I said, the Indic roots, and then going beyond the asanas, or going beyond the, even in practical terms. So even in our teachers training course, we don't limit only to the asanas and pranayama, for example. We bring in elements of Bhagavad Gita. Of course, Yoga Shastra is there and all the other deeper elements, so that they help us to understand this Yoga Shastra as a kind of a science of self-realization, and then a mode to connect with that Paramatman. So keeping it into the overall what we call, mindset, basically. So these are the main, I would say, the fundamental, central, or kind of our goals. And
so
the
that's
final,
amazing, because actually in the Bhagavad Gita, anywhere, it doesn't mention the name Hindu anywhere.
correct.
So I tend to see the Bhagavad Gita as more of a psychological text. It's
Yes.
more of a text that people can take and start to apply for themselves, start to develop that sense of emotional resilience, start to develop that sense of courage and fortitude to be able to build those skills and that knowledge and that experience. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about it. How can we actually take this and spread it further and help those goals and those missions to reach more people?
Yeah, so that's the fourth part of it. And the fourth part is to bring the social transformation within the society. Because at the end of the day, what's the point? If I'm traveling, I can drive my car all the way anywhere. But what's the point? What's the aim I'm looking for? That I want the society to be more healthy, more spiritually conscious. We want the society to be more compassionate, more connected, and not be less selfish. So all that can happen only, like what Diganji explained, when we are more self-aware and more conscious of who we are. So this then brings in the social transformation. So that's the ultimate goal. So that's
what the name conscious there. What does it actually mean to rise as a conscious leader?
Sorry, come again.
What does consciousness actually mean?
Consciousness means, well, it reminds me of a simple shloka which Bhagwan gave in Bhagavad Gita. Yad yada charati shreshthas tatta devetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokastade anuvartate. So a conscious leader is setting an example for the society. What the leader does, then the regular people, common people follow their example, and they become the template for the society. So if a leader is not conscious, then the society falls down. But if a leader is conscious, and then that society becomes more strong, stable. And that is why even after thousands of years, we still crave and we still use the Ram Rajya as the benchmark. And there's a reason for that. Because Sri Ram lived as a Atmaram, as a fully conscious how a human being should live, how a king should live, how a son should live, how a husband should live, how a father should live, how a human being should live. So these are the examples what he has set, and that's why after even eons and eons of time passes, but that template doesn't go away. So a conscious leader is one who applies these principles in their life and set an example for the society to follow. So that's why at Yoga Kilam, we don't try to do things ourselves. We try to connect with all the other organizations, doesn't matter who they are, who are connected with yoga in some form or Ayurveda in some form, and bring them on to, in a network. So that even though there might be some shortcomings or some primary focus of some organizations might be only well-being, some of them might be only physical, it's all right. But when we combine all those and bring the balance, then overall we can change this message and bring the social transformation within the society. So that's our goal, to connect with all the. So when Diganji was here, for example, for over 2 months, day in, day out, that was his goal, just to go and meet and connect with as many yoga practitioners across the UK. And going forward, I think he'll be aiming to do the same in, we all are trying to do at our levels, but of course, he leads the way for us to, connect and do that across the Europe as well. So, and North America and South American examples he has already given and is already doing it. So by doing all these, now individually they may look small steps, but when you connect all these dots, they then suddenly become a powerful tool for social transformation. That's what we believe and we think.
So then can we actually start to look at yoga a lot more wider? Because I think during Diganji's session, he mentioned the different types of yoga, so Gnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, Gnana Yoga. How can we realistically start to see beyond the names of yoga and to get into a much deeper sense?
Okay, so if I need to go, let's say from here to central London, I can go from, via tube, I can go via the congestion charge road, I can go via a cab, I can go even walking, depending upon where I am, right? So there are so many roads. What we shouldn't forget is what's the ultimate goal. These are just the mediums, but the ultimate goal is to reach the destination. So as long as our destination is clear in our head, it doesn't matter which way we go or which method we use. Of course, our general inclination, so if I'm more of an action-oriented person, I may use the Karma Yoga mode because that suits my personality well. But somebody else may use, Raja Yoga because they are more into meditative mode or Dhyana Yoga mode, basically. So irrespective of what, depends upon the person to find out what works for them and then utilize the right mode. So for example, if I have budget and I can pay for the cab, I'll use cab to reach that destination. But somebody whose budget is very less, they may want to use the tube, for example. Somebody may prefer to walk, and so on and so forth. Sorry, Diganji was saying something.
Same question to you, Diganji.
Actually, you said it so rightly and very well explained that every one of us have a different aptitude, attitude, and we follow that. But what we are doing right now in this forum is bringing various ways of seeing things and doing things. I think this is probably the answer to Ritiji, what you're asking. How can we bring the depth? By bringing various traditions and options that is available to people, and they can choose, experience, and whatever they are into, they can go deep into it. Yeah.
Yes. And I think it's fascinating that Yoga Kilam is actually starting to develop a 200-hour course for your teachers to really be able to look into it. And it's also looking at sister sciences as well. So Pradeepji, I'd like you to go through that a little bit further. I think we've actually got 2 amazing invites on the screen now for our audience. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Sure. So as a part of International Yoga Day, various parts of UK, lots of shakhas also did. Yesterday, we had a wonderful program in South Harrow, where I was told, please, as Yoga Kulam team member, you have to come and address. So I went with my sheets of some shlokas and this and that, you know, all the complicated stuff. And once I went there, I saw that 70% of the audience was between 6 and 9. So that completely, I had to improvise so fast, because with these shlokas, those kids would have just moved away. So I had to then, and this is the beauty of our samskaras and that it is meant for every person. You can adapt it to a 6-year-old kid. And ironically, I used the story of Dhruva Maharaj, who was 6-year-old when he did Vrikshasana. In the Vrikshasana pose, he did the japa of Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudeva and found Narayana. So, and that becomes the Bhakti Yoga, for example. And that became so appealing to these kids, because most of them could, from that age group, so they could relate with that kind of thing. And that's the beauty of our way of growing and developing and learning about our self-awareness and the other bits. So,
and by actually having that deeper connection, do they also develop that deeper connection within themselves?
Yes, because I remember when I was told yesterday before I went, one of the organizers contacted me and they said, let me warn you, there will be few kids. He didn't mention 70%, but that's a different story. When he said few kids, and they said, look, we can make arrangement to take the kids out for some sports or games separately. So then I said, no, you shouldn't separate them. Reason being, I, as a kid, what I saw when I was in one of those sessions, that made a deep impression on me. So I said, if I had that impression and it carried for so many years, maybe in dormant form or maybe in other form, it shouldn't then, I shouldn't take away the opportunity from the future generation. You know what I mean? And that, I think, because as a kids, the impressions formed are much more purer, much more deeper, and much more positive to make a mark. Now, of course, how quickly they develop, it depends on the future circumstances, but it's the sowing stage, and we shouldn't lose that opportunity, so to speak. So the next program is 30th of this month in our local Queensbury Shakha, where as a part of Shakha, the whole, the one on your right side, the whole Shakha has been converted into International Yoga Day program. So 2 teachers from Yoga Kulam, Madhavji Gopal and Pratibhaji Mistry are coming to, and there will be 35 minutes each of yogasanas and talk about International Yoga Day. And then further, there will be Baudik on Surya Namaskars and prana energy or pranayama, basically. So that's the plan for this. And the one on your left, you see on a 2nd of July, there's a program in Manchester, which is going to be a mix of yogasanas or yoga and yoga therapy, and also Ayurveda, talks on Ayurveda, basically. So it's an open program again. Both are open day programs, and they are expecting around quite a substantial 200-250 people at least for the Manchester program. So if anybody in this group is in or around the Manchester area or North London area, please spread the word. And Riddhiji, if you can kindly share the posters with the team, that would be great. Please encourage more and more people to come and join, because as I said, even if people are not practitioners, at least there is never a late time to start the process. The first seeding process is the most important. So, and one will be surprised how quickly this then can, if Dhruva can find Narayan within 6 months, then you can imagine it's, yeah, anything is possible.
Yes, it's all really a very much transformational, personalized journey on that route.
That's right.
So yes, thank you so much for sharing. I can also see that we have Neil Kumarji on the screen as well. Did you have a comment?
Global namaste to everybody. What a wonderful session. Diganji, what a wonderful, nice, serene energy you were spreading. Pradeep, you were sharing a very important event because it's just this Friday coming now. So let's remind people it's this coming Friday. And for all the Londoners, particularly if you're in Middlesex, you must join in. Pradeep, can you remind any digital link they can surf on it? And as Healing Our Earth, we will actually viral this on a WhatsApp group because we have the flyers now. So we will do that. Really being part of our viral group, she will also make sure that it's done. But Pradeep, just remind people, if they want to search on the internet, what do they need to search on? Number one. Number two, I noticed that you're part of HSS.
Yes.
And shortly, I want to share you what Africa did, HSS, what they did. But before that, can you tell people how to search this on internet, please?
Okay, so we have a Yogakulam website, but like with everything, when the key moments come, sometimes we struggle. So our website.
When do you think it will go live, Pradeepji?
But then, as they say, we at Yogakulam say Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. So when somebody says the website is down, what are you doing about it? They say Samatha, don't worry, maintain your equilibrium, everything will be sorted. So
Pradeep, when it's down, that means we are doing action. Anyway, don't worry. What we will do, we will put in social media of Healing Our Earth, those who are connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitter, and the Twitch. You can go to Healing Our Earth from tomorrow. Both the flyers will be posted there, and you will also get a WhatsApp connection to that. Pradeep, you will love the next thing I'm going to share with you, how Africa celebrated in a big way earlier this morning, and it was actually facilitated by Healing Our Earth too. So here it goes. Please enjoy, and let's see what happens now.
A global namaste on behalf of Healing Our Earth and to my big brother Neil Kumar from London.
Request everyone to take their seats.
This is just
so
before
this program.
I start the yoga program and the program of age and ailment reversal in Uganda.
All those that are standing and all those arrange your mats. And
Life maximize, yoga optimized, mankind gets Mickey Mouse.
The main sponsor.
Okay, so you see the whole of Uganda, almost 30,000 Indians, most of them people from Uganda, and almost 30 countries here doing yoga. Thank you, Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Healing Our Earth, for this wonderful opportunity in Africa. Neil Kumar, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, teaching yoga in Uganda.
Or maybe
I've got to say, fantastic. Pradeepji, you represent the Sampark team. Diganji, you represent the Pracharak team. What did you both think of that fantastic presentation?
you see, recently when I saw that video in Surat, I think, where over 100,000 people created a world record on Yoga Day, all coming together. So I thought that even if they can get about 1,000 outside, that would be an achievement. And when I see here 30,000, it just blows.
And Pradeep, that was in Uganda earlier, just about a few hours back.
Yeah.
Again, there were Healing Our Earth facilitators with our Healing Our Earth coordinator. So be the part of Healing Our Earth and you will go places. We are very proud that you're part of HSS. You can send a message over there that we did plug them live too. And let's bring your column back into action. So remember, those who are tapped into us this Friday, if you are part of Middlesex, and you can come from anywhere, you can come from any part, it's welcome, it's open to all, and it's a wonderful two outreaches actually. We've got one in Manchester and one Friday here, which is part of a border of Queensbury and on top of Honeypot Lane. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Just across Honeypot Lane is the Cannons High School. So that's where this is going to be.
And Pradeep will be smiling there, welcoming with Riddhi And who knows, Diganji might fly in as well, or he will be there in spirit. Over to you, Riddhi. Let's carry on, and
Yes,
we are waiting as well.
absolutely. So Dr. Vicky Mehta was actually in Uganda recording that for us. Big global namaste if you're watching this. Thank you so much for sharing the fantastic HSS activities that are happening in Uganda. Neil Kamarji, I believe Healing Our Earth also contributed to that program as well to make it so successful. They sponsored the event, so thank you so much as well. And Diganji, did you have any final remarks for us?
Yeah, no, I was just telling that, you can search. I just found out that in Facebook it's available, the Yoga Kulam.
Right. What do people search for?
Yoga Kulam UK.
Fantastic.
That comes out.
So everyone, you heard it here first. Go onto Facebook and search for Yoga Kulam UK, and the details will appear.
Right. I think the best part, I mean, nothing that we are doing, every little effort that we are doing for us and others goes a long way. Like they say, right, a butterfly flipping in one part of the world affects the other. And we had this quantum healing workshop, and that also they comes that two atoms that keep them far away. One they turn, then other turns the other way. They are so related energy wise. So that's something. Our efforts will go a long way. So
yes, and that was a fantastic quantum healing workshop by Swami Maheshji, who does such a phenomenal job of actually explaining the theory, going deep into the science, but also bringing out a practical experience, which I feel is the essence, is the deep quality here at Yoga Kulam as well. Pradeepji, any final remarks?
No, I think what Diganji explained is the perfect end to our thing. Yeah. So again, anyone more enthusiast, yoga enthusiast, please let them know about Yoga Kulam. We are planning to expand our teams as well across the UK and North America and everywhere. So yeah, all yoga enthusiasts are our family basically. So
yes. And having children of your own, you probably know what it's like as well to get them really enthused and really inspired from such a young age, that you're planting that seed early in them so that they can grow and mature into capable, flourishing leaders in society. Thank you both. Thank you, Yoga Kulam, for having such a fantastic events lined up as well. We've got the Yoga Kulam International Day, which brings together the sciences of yoga with Ayurveda, the both sister sciences, to see how the two interact as modalities together as one. And we've also got an International Yoga Day, which will be hosted by HSS Queensbury. So another fantastic opportunity to get involved, to just come and see what this is all about. International Yoga Day is actually global. We just saw a fantastic presentation there as well by Dr. Vicky Mehta, who is in Uganda, sharing with us just exactly what the effects can be when everybody comes together, feeling those vibrations, enabling that environment to really grow. And isn't it just fantastic how yoga and meditation has spread from India down into the West, and how we can still keep that culture alive within each and every one of us. Once again, thank you so much. And we are joined by Dr. Neha Sharma, Global Namaste. How are you?
Very well, Riddhi. Thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to be back on Healing Our Earth. So thank you for having me again.
Thank you for joining us again. You just had the Yoga Kulam presentation.
Yes. How
was that for you?
Of course, it's always fascinating to hear Diganji, Ushaji, and Pradeepji. I had a privilege to hear him for the first time, but I have heard about his work indeed. So I had recently the pleasure of meeting Diganji at Ushabin's place. So again, this is a small family reuniting again on Healing Our Earth. So yes, I'm very pleased to hear them sharing the wonderful work they have been doing.
Fantastic. And Usha Ben actually told me about the fantastic work that you have done as well. Not only have you actually helped out and inspired people on Yokulam, but now you've gone on to achieve greater heights with Arogyam as well.
I think it's a team effort, but more of a team effort. I think it was a community-led initiative, which actually taken it to the very high next level, where people started leading the change they wanted to bring in their lives. And this is where we are fascinated, where theory become the practice and practice become the transformation itself. So yes, I am very honored to be part of this journey for 1,000 people from the community themselves who has taken the initiative to make the real difference in their own life, using traditional Indian medicine as a whole and yoga, Ayurveda, and of course our daily lifestyle, Ritucharya, Dincharya, you name it. And I think everybody is now trying to put it into the practice rather than understanding it, because if we talk about communities now, we are knowing the UK community and population and NHS. Since the COVID, it was a final blow for all of us to see every significant conditions on the spike, like mental health, long-term illnesses, chronic pain, traumas, and you name it, and everything is just a numbers which is off the sky. So again, bringing them down again from the healthcare services and putting all our expectation that doctors will do something or NHS. I think majority, as the statistics again clearly said, the 70% still fall into the lifestyle, non-communicable part. So when that happens, so we take responsibility. And I think when that part comes, we don't know how do we take responsibility and what do? I know so many things, but the real challenge is I'm tired, fatigue is real. The pain is real. The mental health challenges are significant that I don't know where to start. And I put one step forward and the chronic pain or fatigue hit me back. So I take 10 more back. So again, sometimes supported self-management is essential. And this is where Arogyam brought all those concepts from, whether we say from the NHS long-term plans to our holistic plans together and see what feasibility brings for people to pick up and start taking small steps, but then bringing the real change. And I think that's where the Arogyam had the greater opportunities to see the change.
Oh, fantastic. So you've gone ahead and you've done loads of clinical research, especially as this is actually a COVID related project that when it first started, when you first founded Arogyam, it was actually looking at the long-term effects of COVID and the effects that had on people. So this was really a very much participatory community project, which enabled them to go a little bit further. So you've actually got a PhD in neuroscience. So you've been able to use your knowledge of the medical science, do your research, and then find a holistic model that enables a sense of personalization, enables a sense of people to really feel that sense of bio-individuality, which is fantastic. So can you tell us a little bit more about this participatory research project?
Yes, of course. Yes, my major studies were clinical research administration, and putting that whole degree into clinical research, I did specialization in neuroscience, and later I joined World Health Organization, United Nations on mental health, substance abuse. When I joined UNICEF, it was children, so child abuse and the child labor project, which was the primary concern. So when I joined these public platforms where my role was primarily the policies and implementation into the developing countries, what I saw, the miseries, anything but the miseries. And no matter what we say, what I have been involved significantly was trauma. And this is where the connection between the trauma, the life trauma, to the long-term illnesses and the future generation is bound to have this. I mean, this is unavoidable. So we know by research there is a significant connection with all of that. But then when it comes to the solution, today we have majority of the population who has significant, like simply if I put it, fibromyalgia, we all know we have nothing on those part. But fibromyalgia, 50% statistics says that related to PTSD, and PTSD has significantly connection, developing fibromyalgia sooner or later. So it's like a ticking bomb. You cannot avoid that. And anything you do, you will always have a risk of flare-up. So it's a vicious cycle. So what I was very interested to breaking that. So some point, getting into this cycle to see where the points meet and where we can actually open up and start to talk about recovery, rehab. I mean, so far we are only doing is the management. So if you have an anxiety or you have a panic disorder, you do breathing, you do exercise, you have diabetes, you do walk, this is management, and it is important. But there is no way we are still talking about recovery, rehab. And that is very much possible because all of these conditions are lifestyle disorders. Very much possible that you change significantly to come to that certain point that you almost can manage without having any symptoms. So this is still a concept. So when I came to the community levels, my first project was in Leicester, and this is where we started to look into. And the problem was significant in terms of, the appointments. We don't know what to do. And we got to understand when we talk about trauma and chronic illnesses, there is a significant damage, structural damage in the brain. So they don't process information as you and I processing. So this brainstorming, educational session, talk session, even a simple advice from the GP, sometimes they're lost. They don't know what to do with that. GP said it's on in your head. He's not believing me. This is a misunderstanding. But because their brain has a different processing, they take time to understand. So we have to understand brain to body connections in terms of getting and reaching out to break it down in a simple and doable steps. So when I did this first project in the UK, which was not too long ago, just before COVID strike in 2020. So that's the same year we started with chronic pain. And we found wrongdoing of yoga a lot. We found the significant barriers were wrong asanas, wrong pranayams, because they were doing general yoga classes without having the awareness that it could be a flare-up connected to their own clinical conditions. We did talk to therapists, teachers, and they actually do give their disclaimers that, if you have a condition, be cautious, but what are we cautious about? So again, there was a gap in communicating on community level. I'm not questioning the practice part, but on community level, when you have 50 people gathering, it's hard to track. So then we thought we worked with a physiotherapist together, and we worked out to see doable measure so that side effects, which is very, very real in terms of any practice in a community level, so that we prevent that. And yoga to exercise or anything that people are wanting to try, they do it in a safe mode very first. And then secondly, they start to understand how to unfold the recovery, not just manage. So this was something new, but and the challenges were research is not that open grounding for us in the UK. I mean, from NHS to academics, you all know that when we go to ethics, they see us under the microscope, and the first thing we get the sponsors, the fundings, to ethics approval. It's a long process, and I thought we need something feasible, doable, and where everybody can be part of it. So community-based participatory research to community-led initiatives, they give a complete freedom to work, listen, develop, integrate everything with community. And it's a learning process. So I can say with my 18 years of experience working with mental health, long-term illnesses and trauma settings, I know what people do experience. I may have a glimpse yet, but it's always a new learning when I start to hear the patient himself and challenges, basic challenge. And that sometimes goes that I do yoga, I do take care of my health, I do everything. But then when fatigue hits me, I can get up and take a glass of water. And that's a real CFS patient and every classic sign. So the good days, they do everything normal. But then when the bad days come in, fibromyalgia, flare-up, chronic pain, any condition, you name it, everything goes out of the window. So we need to protect that window. So we, in the CBPR projects and in this community partnership, what we did was, we did like we are talking right now, and we explained them that first of all, you got to understand, we are not talking management. So good or bad days when you have, we are not giving you different capsules of practices to do. What we are trying to make you understand is, when you have good days, you have brain normal functioning. So the cerebral cortex plus the thinking brain is actually leading, taking over. But then other part, amygdala hijack may happen. It may also happen from the limbic cortex. So, you know, you are not in control. So first thing, when this part is active, you take best opportunity and make sure that you do a lot of work on the preventative side. But still, you may have, a single event, a guest coming over the weekend, and you get overwhelmed, and anything may hijack your cerebral cortex, in which is, we know the stress response, how quickly that does, and nothing works at that time. So at that times, what breaks it down, the cycle? So this is very simple. And again, I can't say that I developed anything new. What all I found was in all the Vedic literature, and beautifully description from the Yoga Shastra, which Diganji, Pradeepji explained beautifully. I don't want to repeat that, but yes, exactly the same format. I went a little bit ahead to customize, personalize, and see, as Pradeepji just said, if you're karma yogi, so what sort of karma yoga, how to bring yoga into your practice. So again, putting that simple form for doing things. And then in Ayurveda, if you say Ayurveda, most of us first thing get is herbs, supplements. But then Ayurveda has a beautiful component of daily living. It has a beautiful concept of Sattvajaya Chikitsa. So again, these are the terms who defines the very core of the healing from internal to out. And then none of the healing and none of the journey finishes without Advaita. So what I found, that integrating this oneness, again, if I said do some yoga, do this, they are seeing doing of components. And believe me, our brain is, and that in that circumstances, sometimes so fragile that if I tell you, do this, they'll get tired. They will get this flow of the fatigue on their own unconsciously, that this is something overwhelming to do. So first of all, to ignore that part and say, you're already doing it. So just extend this practice and start to see this way. So this is what the Advaita vision says, you are part of this world, universe, and how you see oneness, you are part of the oneness. You don't have to see anywhere different. So again, talking to them, giving them this little workout to think about, and I say, did you see, you're already doing it? And that's where they stick on it. And they said, okay, I did that, I can do that. And give them a week time. And then they come back. So it's a very slow process, but in that process, the learning is they learn, they manage something. And if you and I really do understand on the brain part, any of us can relate to that. What we are working is the neuroplasticity, making a new memory for them. So the brain now realizing, I don't have to go in the panic mode. I can manage it by this method now. So putting all this scientific knowledge and sharing what we have been learning into the very basic of daily life is basically really the freedom what we get in all the shastras we have. So again, I can't say that I only used Ayurveda as a part of anything. I used Raga Chikitsa because when I found, that's something people can, when they are in that bad phase, this is something instant, can bring them, balance them, at least to come back from this bad phase of pain, of fatigue. And Raga therapy to, again, Mantra Chikitsa, again, anything and everything in a small, so giving out the choices, practicing with professional-led groups. So again, a confidence so that I'm learning well, I'm doing well, and then I can do it on my own as well. But everyday practice 10 to 15 minutes. And in this CBPR, what we learned is tremendous work of papers. If I say in that one partnership with community, I got 38 papers. And when I say papers, means 38 areas where we found that what outcome it's bringing to the lives. And it extend not only to chronic pain, long COVID itself, we did 3 with the Ayurveda supplements to the lifestyle again, and all the way to domestic abuse, trauma survivors, child abuse, long-term illnesses, diabetes, and you name it. And we all saw that how this simple integration brings the changes literally in 4 to 6 weeks. On an average, the significant change parameters, as we say, was 6 weeks as a whole. But again, we didn't measure just only the psychological questionnaire format, anxiety, depression, because when we talk about the whole health, we have to consider the changes also from all levels. So how much quality of life in general, whole physical, mental, emotional, social, and the confidence, self-esteem, vitality. So all that as a whole, how am I feeling? How am I doing? Then functional disability in real terms, that how much I'm doing better, doing my everyday job to my outside job, which was a hurdle before, my relationship. So again, how much I'm now hoping to work with new people, social anxiety, getting back to work or going into the community settings, groups. So all of that as a whole, and the whole idea was Arogyam to develop this concept as a whole health. So this is where we also evaluated and asked them to maintain this evaluation on their own. So it's nothing like we did the research on them, but we gave them the freedom also to track their changes. And when they see these changes happening, that brings automatically a confidence. And now you will be very surprised. People tell me what they need. So when I put it in a group and I say, okay, so we did this very well, and how are you all feeling? They say, it was very good, but I think what we need is more of this, more of that. And I think this is where the voices is making a difference for their own selves.
That's fantastic. So that's a really clear summary there of exactly the type of projects, the type of triggers that they're facing, the types of situations that they're having. I just want you to draw a little bit deeper on this. What percentage of these lifestyle diseases, of these illnesses, of these mental health issues would you say is actually stress related?
If we talk about statistically and from the clinical perspective, yes, a lot of them, we do talk about 60 to 70% in general, and psychosomatic elements. And this is where lifestyle disorder is all psychosomatic illnesses. And recent, I would say recent means last decade only, we have a complete different branch of medicine, which is developing as a psychosomatic medicine. So the whole idea which it's bringing together is few different concepts. As we understand more of psychosomatic, we are understanding the solution at the same time. So the stress related is all related to the mind. So it could be any stress which is triggering. So as Diganji just mentioned, that in the mind when it starts. Now the beautiful concept from the Yoga Shastra, that it is not new there. In Yoga Vasisht, it already described beautifully Adija Vyadhi and Anadija Vyadhi, and then whole classification of all the diseases is talked about. So there also, the majority falls into, as it defined, Adija Vyadhi. And then there is a Sara and Samanya, 2 further categories. So
and just for our audience, what does that actually mean in English? Can you translate?
Yes. So this is a conversation between Rishi Valmiki and Sri Ram, and this is where a part of that he describes what diseases and how it develops. So it does talk about that we have 5 koshas, and from 5 koshas, the disturbance starts to appear first in the Manome kosha, the mind. And when the disturbance starts to appear, it's called Adi. And that Adi is basically the agitation, what we simply define if in English. The idea is that, from there, it starts to disturb the Pranayama kosha. And in the classic text, it says, Atijinatam, Kujinatvam, and Ajinatvam. So the 3 changes you start to see in your digestion. So when the prana disturbs, you see the first changes that appears in the body is your digestion. So indigestion, over or disturbed digestion. So when these starts to happen, that means that Adi is disturbing now the balance in the body. And
so
then
this is actually really interesting. So what we're actually learning here is how the mind and the body is connected. So the mind-body axis connected through the breath.
It does define, yes, and we also know now, again, this is not a scientific comparison, because again, when we talk about the science, we don't recognize prana as prana as we define in the Yoga Shastra, but you will be surprised when it talks about, again, this could be a little of my own perception into it, understanding the brain, neuropsychiatry, and body-mind connection. But the prana is the energy, the flow of the energy. And if you see the nervous system, the neurotransmitters in the nervous system and the whole message transmission is nothing but the flow of energy. So again, we cannot say that it's a nervous system as exactly the translated form, because yoga does in a very more subtle way. It includes much larger perspective. Scientifically, we are still looking at levels. We are still talking about levels. So brain is different, and then we have nervous system, and then we have body.
So those are excellent biochemical markers that
yes.
show us what's actually happening, that we can track
Yes.
and we can see the changes.
Yes.
Also building on that, are there like biochemical markers as well, which enable us to see the differences between a person that is in flight, a person that is in fight, and a person that is in freeze? And are there things that we can then start to do on a neurochemical level to start to change the way that the brain is starting to trigger some of these things? And can we flip that? Can we reverse it?
Absolutely. And there are two ways of doing it. And again, if I go the extended connection between the yoga, Ayurveda, again, to certain levels, when we talk about the healing, the Ayurveda is the science of healing, the treatment part. And yoga, when it becomes a part of Ayurveda to join as a healing, the recovery, the treatment, it becomes yoga chikitsa, yoga therapy, what we know. But then when yoga is actually the journey of your spiritual life, way forward, when you're just not focusing on healing treatment, then you expand your vision and your practice automatically expands to the bhakti, karma, jnana. And that's again one of the paths you take, but then very soon, actually the difference of the path also disappears. So that's the level you're reaching to Advaita, where the non-duality starts to unfold. Now, when you talk about this fight and flight response and rest and digest response, the relaxation, so whether it's parasympathetic or sympathetic, we all know that it can happen even if you do the breath work. Let's simply say, just holding your breath, changing your breath pattern, you can actually reverse this entering into the body. So like even if you take the concept of the yoga science, and you can literally see the changes, immediate changes. And this is not very surprising fact for us now, because we know from the clinical trials, when we have an anxiety, acute stages, or panic acute stages, we have seen the Brahmari impact. We have seen how does that vibration does impact the brain. We have extended studies on the brain waves to explain that it actually can help to reverse this stress response entering into the body and doing the complete fight or flight or freeze response. There is another concept when it go more toward preventative and recovery. So, you don't even let the trigger. That does also has a possible way. So, and that happens from the Vijnanamaya Kosha. And the most fascinating part for me to, see the changes now, that we all are still on the psychosomatic. We still all are still too much indulged into brain to body, but there is something called intellect, and we know that that is the supreme connection, what we see from the yoga, jnana, advaita, whichever text you pick up, it all talking about the intellectual part of you. And that doesn't know which brain part yet signifies intellect alone, because we haven't seen the intellect as a separate, as intelligence. And if I say If we put it in brain centers, it's still IQ. But I think it's more than IQ. It's not just IQ intelligence we are talking. The intellect, what we are talking about, differentiating right and wrong, and then synchronizing ourselves with the universal right. So Vijnana. So it goes beyond.
How can we start to do that? How can we start to differentiate between the right and the wrong?
We all know the right and wrong. I mean, again, this is where the intellect we all have, we develop when we grow with the world, when we are growing with the culture, with the surroundings, we grow that part of us. Now, this is where the culturing, the traditions, the environment, and we know from the genetic side of it as well, that environment does make a soul difference, because genetics only expresses when we have environment for that, whether it's good or bad. So again, the yoga doesn't negate the importance of the environment, and this is where the good upbringing, good interaction. Now,
taking that back to a stage of Ayurveda, for example, we might really like a particular food, and therefore we want to have more of that food. But we know actually it's not agreeing so well with our stomach. It's not working so well. We can't really digest it. So we're getting undigested food particles, for example. So even though we know the difference there between right and wrong, we're still likely to go for our likes as opposed to our dislikes.
Yes, yes. This is where this concept, when we talk about, this is where still, if I put it the Vijnanamaya Kosha, the most of the time we are in conflict. So the conflict is when we are having, do I do it? Do I not do it? This conflict could go anything. And now again, if you look into this psychology and psychiatry, they say cognitive conflict. So the definition is not too very different. That cognitive conflict is basically what we are struggling. So what example you just said, what we are struggling here is a cognitive conflict, that we know it, but it's really hard to control. So here, the whole transformation, what we say is, you actually don't do anything, but you start to acknowledge. It's not pushing, it's not controlling, and it's not going with the flow. But Vijnana is basically literally understanding, okay, this is I'm having, but what I need to do. So again, to resolve that conflict on the Vijnana Kosha, and even if I talk about this terminology, the cognitive conflict, if you start to resolve, you won't have Adi, and you won't have psychosomatic, the transformation and this whole push button from brain to body. That takes time, because again, this is not what we learned as we grew, or we automatically learned, except we were given that environment. So this is what we develop consciously. Now, just like neuroplasticity, you can develop, but it takes time, because it's an effort, it's a conscious effort. So when this starts to happen, I'll give you a beautiful example. I'd work with diabetes group, and in the diabetes group, the most struggle is the craving, and craving is a real challenge. When it's not forget right and wrong, when you have this craving, you just want to eat. So every temptation, the body desires, the craving, the symptoms really takes over your mind, and this is where nothing works. So that's again, the Ayurveda beautifully defines that don't push out the craving. Craving is something body requires. We have to find the healthy substitution of deal with the craving. And this is again, one of the way of dealing the cognitive conflict. So if I think I won't have it, I won't do it, then it is going to have more forceful. Then you are feeling certainly all the mental irritation, anger, frustration, whatnot, and then symptoms will automatically appear.
So
there
what
is no
about
way.
that, for example? So you've just beautifully explained the conscious element of that and how consciously we can change it. But a lot of these thoughts are actually happening on an unconscious level. What can we do with those unconscious thoughts that are perhaps causing symptoms or perhaps causing problems?
Sorry, I'm very sorry. I was reading and at the same time I missed the first
Sorry,
bit of
so I was actually saying you've just explained beautifully there how we can be aware of our conscious thoughts. And when we're aware of our conscious thoughts, we can make that differentiation with the Viveka and the Viveka and look at the difference between the right and the wrong. So it makes it a lot more easier for us to digest. But a lot of the thoughts that we have on a neuroscience level, we're not actually aware of. So they become unconscious thoughts. But these unconscious thoughts, can they still play with the body? And what can we actually do about them?
Yes, it does play. We all understand. A lot of time we are not conscious about the thoughts we are having. So it could be, a lot repressed emotions, suppressed memories, in still our unconscious mind. Something long back happened, but our brain is still having these exposures and reactions. So we understand from both ends that this is quite possible, and it is very, very common. And when that happens, it's just expanding your awareness. And this is where the beautiful part of the yoga journey comes. Simply when it starts with expanding your awareness to your physical body, first as we do asanas and we do sukshma vyayam and pranayam, expanding your awareness to your breath, changes of the breath. So being conscious from sthul to sukshma, that's the key. And you cannot be conscious about the subtle body until you understand that actually how the consciousness works. So how this awareness expands.
So you actually mentioned something really important there, which is awareness of the breath. So what are we starting to look for, particularly in the awareness of the breath?
Simply just the breath. So a lot of time now again when I see the yoga shastra and yoga as a therapy, because I'm not talking yoga in general or yoga for society. What I'm talking is considering primary focus area is medical illnesses. If it is stress as well, if it is overburdening, if it is any changes on significant clinical levels, then we are talking about yoga in a completely different sense. And then when we do that, even the Hatha Yoga Pradipika or Raja Yoga, it has stages, and it doesn't give you pranayam as a very first tool. It gives you the preparation of the body, cleansing, preparing your body first, and then from asana, strengthening your body so that when you're opening these deeper channels and flow of prana becomes easier. So again, in these stages, pranayam is never given out when you are having severe aches and pains, just at the first stage. And following that principle, in best of my understanding, I see very much connected with the clinical illnesses. And if you do, for example, even if it's simply a chronic pain patient, and if you do this pranayam and you'll feel better, you won't be surprised. They actually don't feel better. They may not say, but sooner or later, they may feel more tired. And that's the sign because their body were not ready. Because if you start something new suddenly, and when you're not ready or prepared or see your body is not ready to accept the changes, then the brain actually, that's itself a very subtle but very significant fight and flight response. It triggers on its own something new happening. And this is where we see all this is very subtle, but it does happen. A lot of my fibromyalgia patients said, I tried yoga, but actually it didn't work for me. Actually, yoga works for everybody. What didn't work for you is the preparation for yoga. And this is where, when I say breath, it's just simple breath work. Not even conscious deep inhalation or exhalation, but simply, being aware, seeing the changes. Now, if I tell you that, you just have to observe your body, just like in the Yoga Nidra we all do, you start to see what changes happening, good or bad. When you start to observe your breath, you can see actually it's shallow, it's deep, it's normal, or if it's agitated. Sometimes this awareness is good enough to alarm you, I'm not feeling good right now, so let me see if I can change it. So then what we were talking about, reversing fight or flight or freeze response, that this awareness is the key. It won't happen without this awareness, because if you don't see brain to body, we know how subtle this is. So this awareness only can make you aware that these changes may start to happen. And now I started, because the Arrogant community is 3 months old and everybody is quite, this fast understanding brain to body responses. So now I started to give out, let's go a little bit more deeper and see Vijnana. And this is where I start to tell them, just understand what is triggering this Adi. I'm talking Adi again, but again, in terms of mental agitation, what triggered, mind doesn't irritate on its own. As Diganji and I think Yoga Kulam team beautifully said, your true nature is happiness. So it's not going to trigger anything on its own. You will be in a perfect harmony until unless something as a conflict, or that conflict starts to irritate your mind to say, actually, I'm not really liking it. Or do I do it? Don't I do it? If I don't do it, this may happen. If I do it, this may happen. So see the two brain doing the conversation. So the right brain, left brain, again, the conflict, we can name it in any way, even from the scientific term. And that happens and that triggers the stress response, anxiety, panic, and a lot of time. This is how the Adi is going into the Vyadhi. So now the going deeper, we are talking about the subtle changes. What is triggering your anxiety? And I, again, if I may allow to give an example, I had a patient, I won't say patient, but it was a wonderful lady. And she is going through significant trauma, fear of her life, which she is going through for 10 years, let's say. She's a trauma survivor. And the fear is the one which triggers when she thinks that she's going to face. Now, that fear has expanded to the uniform law enforcement, to authority, even to the doctors. So when I said, forget about I'm a doctor or forget my title, you call me Neha. And so the one fear of hesitation of talking, and so that fear we have to manage. Now, one time, every time she has a panic attack, and it's a severe when she ends up every time in A&E. So this time I told her, when you have this, breathlessness, you need to call me, not call 999. Because we know from the history, it's a panic attack. And when she did, and I said, okay, you just have to talk to me. I said, do I breathe? Do I walk? Do I do what? And I said, don't do anything. Just stay with me on the phone. Let's talk. What happened? What really happened yesterday? And she said, I got a call. And that simplifies me that, something happened and that triggered her anxiety. Now, I can tell her every time, I'm here, you breathe, you relax, and I can reverse the cycle of stress and fight or flight or freeze response, which is one way possible. But how long can I be on the call? Every time I can't be there. So the next level goes to say, you know what, let's talk about what happened on the call. You are safe, you're fine, you're not going to face this. They are trying to help you, I'm here. So again, intellectually, if I put it in a way, reasoning, calming down, talking, reasoning, seeing things from a perspective and analyzing on her own. And I say, do you think you should be worried? And she said, no, actually. And I said, okay, so when you're not worried, you're fine. And by the time this conversation is happening, you will see the breath settling down. Now, then end of the call, every time, 2-3 times, I had to remind her, you managed without breath work. So I had to give her a new memory. So next time her brain remembers, I don't need to do the breath work. I have to see, is it going to affect me? And if it's not, I don't have to be worried. The stress response will not trigger. And this is, again, it's a one experimental way I put every time with the patients group, with any group, you talk it group therapy as an exercise, but we know the concept comes from the Yoga Vasishtha to Advaita, anywhere you name it, they are not very differently talking. What all they are talking is understand. And there is a beautifully Neti concept in Advaita, Neti, when, this is not me, this is not me, this is not what is affecting. So again, giving them a different tool of analyzing and say, then why am I worried? They won't be worried. This whole conversation is actually for the brain, not for the lady. So the brain starts to see and actually stops responding to the stressors, which is not really a stressors. So at certain level, we got to find the independence. The supported self-management has to go to this next level of self-management. Otherwise, this is another burden on the whole system that we are always there. How long? So the next level of progress is taking responsibility in a healthy way. And they can do, all of them can do. And a 10 years trauma survivor can take responsibility and manage her panic attacks without ending up in A&E. Imagine what potential unfolds when we bring it to the mental health settings or clinical health settings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's crucial, because panic attacks, they aren't dangerous. They might be discomfortable, but they're not dangerous. Like, people can't die from it. And yet the amount of calls that they actually get for the NHS when it comes to stress-related illnesses, I was doing a little bit of research on this earlier. And what I found was that the stress statistics in the UK show us that 76% of the employees are experiencing moderate to light levels of stress. And that could involve feeling overwhelmed. It could be the inability to cope. So they feel overwhelmed. They don't feel like they can cope. They feel like they're spiraling in circles. And all of this is costing the NHS. So then in 2022 to 2023, there were 914,000 cases, which amounted to 17 million working days. The social cost of £105 billion a year spent from the NHS, and the mental health support and services were spending £34 billion each year. Now, when that's actually the burden that's happening on the NHS, which is already overburdened, by actually starting to self-manage these symptoms and to be able to take responsibility, as you're saying, and to start to look a little bit deeper, that actually helps us on an individual level as well as actually helping overall.
When this comes to the individual levels, when we are talking as a professional workforces, and we are bound with a responsibility to take care of people. And this is where the overburdened also is not have much of the space because we are in a position that we should be taking care of. So this this moral obligation, the ethical responsibility itself is overburdening. And this is where the concept of karma yoga comes, not only as part of, you just have to continue the mostly misunderstood concept of karma yoga, which we always quote that, keep on doing your work, don't expect anything. I mean, again, logically, they will say, I would be expecting, the pay rise or my decent work hours and all that. But then at some point, you have to accept, again, as I said, conflict, the cognitive conflict to the levels. Okay, this is my work, I'm responsible, but to this what level? So the boundaries, and again, this is not yoga alone. We know from the psychology, psychotherapy, you name in every intervention, we have these boundaries where we protect ourselves and we protect others. And then professional ethics, again, sorry, I saw the raised hand and I would like to take anything.
Dr. Amrita ji, please unmute, go ahead. No worries, I'm listening to you. That's very beautiful, Dr. Deha. In fact, please continue and complete your words, and then I'll say, please.
No, again, I'm open. It's fascinating to have this, ongoing conversation as well. But most of it's my learning again, and sometimes as a professional also, we need little reminder, and especially if we are working now, because I worked in trauma settings for way too long in my life. And I understand how important it is when you see significant trauma, everyday misery. So the police professionals, the medical professionals, and all the key firefighters and all of the who see this acute situations, ongoing pain, ongoing misery in everybody else, and they have to work around that constantly, it starts to affect their brain. And it is really the natural process that it starts to affect everybody's brain. So the standard practice also go to support the professionals. Every 3 to 6 months, we all are bound to go and see a psychologist or somebody where we can let out and rewire our brain. That's what we have been listening for too long. And I was in child labor project with UNICEF. that was the most difficult project of my life, seeing children coming to the worst of the states, what not they have suffered in the young age. And responsibility of ours was to make sure they're rehabilitated in the society. Now, you cannot rehabilitate them until you see the whole picture. You know, they're going to go back into the work setting, being abused, until you support the whole family. But the funding to the policy was to children to go to school. How am I supposed to do that if I'm not taking care of the child as a whole and with the family? And he needs whole intervention. I alone as a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, cannot make a difference of his trauma, but I have to make sure his family understands, supports, and help him to come out and lead a normal life. So again, these interventions at times are limited. And when I worked there, I used to cry every time coming home, because that feeling of helplessness is, you know, not able to do enough. And imagine, we all saw COVID, we all saw post-COVID, and the burden after the COVID and post-COVID era, what we are seeing is the backlog. We are losing our patients in the battle of cancer, mental health, suicide, where not. So that helplessness is more overwhelming for professional, and it's not the work, any of the professional working hours doesn't affect us. What affects us is this helplessness that we are capable and we are not able to deliver because of the policy changes, because of the changes in the fundings, because of resources. So then back then, what I found that actually, you know, I won't be able to do this until I find resources from outside and help the whole system. And then I found the corporates, I found the fundraising, I supported the whole family, I explained them. The family intervention had to come in place, and we did the pilot work. The similar situation goes to in our country, if I talk domestic violence. Now, statistically, 60 to 70% of the DV survivors develop chronic pain. And in the next 5 years' time, you are looking at fibromyalgia to CFS developing because of this significant trauma. Now, GPs don't have time, and even if they know, we don't know what to do with the DV scenarios. You know, we only can say, talk to police, do this, where the culturally responsive interventions, trauma-informed care is not really part of the system yet. So as a professional, if I'm sitting here and listening, what I'm doing is I know that I can do much better than this, but I can do because from the protocol, I don't have provision to do it. What I can do is literally refer. So when this happens, this overburden, so if I come back on the conflict, actually this overburden is not the hours pays or just the workload. This is still the conflict playing a significant role into this statistics of stressed workforces. If you talk to police, they know what the scenario is. This whole survivors potentially comes to NHS only, because then they develop mental health to the physical health. Now, the both systems are struggling, and if children involved, the social services is overburdened at the same time with the same case, and none of them are able to help. So it's not just one professional, it's many professionals involved, but yet the whole approach is not on a single platform. We are still looking health, we're still looking the law, and we are still looking at the children prospect. But what about the mother? Without mother, how will we supporting the child? And what about the mother's mental health and the child prospective mental health damaging with the physical symptoms and school? So again, this whole approach needs to be integrated. And it's not that we don't have it in NHS. In long-term vision, and NHS significantly works to integrate trauma-informed care, whole person approaches, and we do talk about integrated care. So your changes you see in the CCG to now integrated care boards, the whole idea to bring everybody as a whole to see one case as a whole. But it's process, it takes time. But in that process, every professional is going through this conflict. I wish I could do better. And believe me, every single professional is experiencing the pain he cannot manage, he or she cannot manage fully. which he's potentially to do. So I will not say this overwhelmed workforce is only the overwhelming hours or poor pay scale, but it is also the system's limitation at times when they cannot do what they meant to do. So we cannot tell them to relax yourself, don't take stress or manage your stress. This is very nice, but it is management alone. It will not solve the problem because they will continue to face every day the same challenge and the stress will come back. Overwhelming will come back. So again, sorry if I've taken too much of that analysis.
Thank you so much. In fact, I am really feeling so proud to have you today because you have covered such an important aspect about medicine, about community service, about community healing, yoga, and integrative healing, because these parameters are so important to connect the knots together. Because I think the way beautifully you have explained the combination of science, what science talks about, and it's all about the mindfulness when I talk about the modern terms, which is being told, which is the connection of yourself. And when you talk about Adi and connection with the Advaita, the non-dual self. So when your connection with your inner self will come, the way beautifully you have been working up, it's very creditable, and I want to congratulate you from my side as well as the whole team of Healing Our Earth, because that's really a wonderful effort, which I think should be promoted at many levels, because you talked about every small aspect which is related with the child abuse, or it may talk about the traumas, or we may talk about the yoga, which is done in a wrongful way as well. I had been personally talking about with this on thousands of platforms about right way to do yoga. Yoga as a modality to heal, and the medical aspects to be considered before yoga taking in. Integrative therapies and the combination of alternative therapies with the conventional system of medicine, how beautifully you have integrated. And the understanding, because these things are not new things, but they are so old sciences which have to be incorporated in the minds of people in today's form. As you said that, yes, it's already there with you. So it's all about the mind playing up with you, and how well our Shastras, our scriptures, and the traditional therapies world over have been talking about that. It's all about how we think about the memory, the mind, and the intellect. And because the body of the human body and the human the realm of a human being is blessed with that mind, which is not gifted to an animal or a plant. And so we are definitely blessed on that. I would like to go through your papers as well. When you talk about so many researchers, I can understand like you could have got so much of parameter to do 10 times more research than you have done right now. So I have a very small question for you. Because you have had understanding about Yoga Shastras and about Ayurveda and about the mental aspect as a neuroscientist, right? So when we talk about the koshas, how do you put these koshas in the anatomical terms of today?
I don't think we should be doing that for the reason, because this is talking about self. Literally, if I talk about medically, a few years back, we had a stomach pain, we'll go to gastroenterologist, and we had a headache, we still didn't know whether to go neurologist or psychiatrist, but we never went to psychiatrist because that's a shame. Again, it's a stigma. But now the GPs are the one who takes care of it, make sense of it. And again, primary care too, if needed. So medically, we are still looking part of us, brain to body to the mind again. But in yoga, in Yoga Shastra, or even Ayurveda, or you name any of our Vedic system, they don't say you separate, you as a whole and you actually as a self. Now that self is the same. So Mahavakyas beautifully explains that, the kosha doesn't make a difference. Annamaya kosha, pranamaya kosha, until you are on that level, you see that. But then ultimately, when you reach out from Anandamaya kosha and you start, this differentiation start to disappear. What all you see is you and me as the same and nothing but the self playing a beautiful play. And universe is nothing but a beautiful play of the self, Brahman itself. So medically, I don't think we have any name for this. But even if I put it together, we are still on a very superficial classification of saying, Annamaya kosha, we know, we translate as a body, and the pranamaya kosha, we translate as energy, but medically we don't know. So we hypothetically still assuming that it's the, the nervous system, the energy flow, the messages going through that energy in the nervous system, the passed on, which could be the pranamaya kosha, but again, we don't know yet scientifically. Manomaya kosha is the mind, but which part of the mind?
We have our Neil Kumar over here for his comments.
Yes,
Let's have
please.
him for, yes, please. Neil, please, your words, please. And I think, Dr. Neha, you also put up things very well that that you talk about the burden on the NHS and every health service in either way as well, because if these kind of therapies would be integrated on ground, it would really be helpful for people to globally reduce the medical burden on the medical system worldwide as well, rather than people taking up a small pain or a small issue and leading and standing and waiting for the medicines and the doctors. It will be a great job that will be helpful. So it is it's hands off to you, actually.
No.
Global Namaste, ladies. I can see women empowerment here, bringing in lots and lots of information here. And Neha, one of the biggest things that you brought up today was psychosomatic. The mind which doesn't have any problems is a happy mind. The mind that construes a problem which is not there, you are finished. So it's very important to know, don't listen to too many people. If you go and say, I've got a stomach pain, then all your friends will say, my auntie died last week, my uncle died the last month, and oh my God, you could have seen that. And all you had was either acid reflux, or you didn't digest your food properly, or you ate too fast. First, tell your mind that if you got anything, I will let you stay in my body, but I will not feed you oxygen. You want to stay with me? I will learn to live with you if you've got an ailment. If you haven't, make your mind very strong. That's why they say mind over matter. Now, wonderful points, Amrita. Very good discussion. Both of you have got each other's number now. So if you can start exploring and exchanging ideas, you're both of a similar region, similar age. Please explore the ideas and we can bring it back on Healing Our Earth. It's a time to say about our future events. From there, maybe a nice mantra, and then we can close the session. So either Riddhi or Amrita, please mention all the future events. Here we go.
Riddhi, please go ahead.
Okay, just waiting. So next week, we actually have Guru Purnima special. It's a relationship there between a teacher and a student, and that could be in any form of relationship, be that a parent-child relationship, be that a shikshak and a student relationship, or be that something a little bit deeper. So we'll be exploring that relationship next Sunday on 2nd of July. We are then going to have this beautiful session on Ayurveda, looking at the kind of foods that we can eat and that we shouldn't be eating to suit our particular constituency. So we actually have 35 different types. And so it's really important that the food that we eat, we can digest, because we are what we eat, but we are not what we eat. We are actually what we digest. So we start to have a look and a play with the different relationships with food. And that is on Sunday, the 16th of July. We will be having a vegan and vegetarian kitchen. This is actually a really good chance for you to get into the kitchen and start to experience and experiment with different types of foods, with different recipes, to see what works for you and what is something that you might want to take away from the show and to start to implement into your diet and start to play with. it's really a chance for you to start to get a little bit more playful with threes, a little bit more experimental. So those are our upcoming shows. Dr. Neha, I just want to come back to you and say I really salute your ability to do the work that you're doing. 30 to 35 different experts at Arogyan, all doing different modalities of work. Throughout your participatory projects, you've had 800 to 900 different students that have come in that have helped you to really shape that framework, but also to be able to grow it a lot more as well. And it's really been your ability to keep an ear to the floor and to be able to listen to the kind of feedback that you're getting and to be able to implement that and give them what it is that they need. We spoke about bi-individuality, we spoke about the way that the mind works, the way that our minds start to process our thoughts. And isn't it just beautiful how when we can actually start to change the way that we're thinking, we can start to result in that support from the family and that support of the environment around us. We actually do find that we have that innate ability to cope. Each and every one of us can face very strongly and very firmly the situation that we are faced with and overcome that and become stronger as a result. So thank you so much for actually sharing such a beautiful presentation there with us, really looking deeper at the trauma and the care that can go on and starting to bring together the different modalities of healing too.
Very well summarized, Vidhi. Excellently done. And Neha, Amrita, the 9th of July episode of Ayurveda may be good if you two can explore how we can integrate the ideas of Ayurveda, yoga, and this science of what we discussed today. Then maybe it can even help the global Ayurveda community. Neha, you are part of it. Amrita, you are part of it. SRU. So let's explore that and bring it. The plan on that Ayurveda episode is to see how Ayurveda has taken in different countries. How is it taken off? So we'll be traveling different countries to see what it is. We have our Digandash here, we've got our Lata here, Pradeep here. Let's move around step by step with a minute or two. It's okay if you overrun 10. So Diganji, your question or your comment, over to you.
Yes, very good to hear, Nehaji, all your good work, and they are the need. When we are speaking, I was just thinking about here in US, the Surgeon General is a person of Indian origin. So Dr. Vivek Murthy, he was also Surgeon General in President Obama's administration. And he wrote a beautiful book called Together. And the premise of that is that when he was the first time Surgeon General, he went around the country asking people what is the problems they're facing, how as a team they can solve. And they found is loneliness is ailing America. And many people are on the antidepressants and whatnot. A similar kind of comment I got from one of the authors of a book called Art of Happiness in a Troubled World, a psychiatrist, Howard Cutler, and he wrote that book combined like jointly with His Holiness Dalai Lama Ji. And he describes why he was so interested that the medical science that he went through, the experiments in the university that he studied, and Dalai Lama's answers from a dharmic perspective, Hindu, Buddhist point of view, they were all coming together to the same solution. And that is what will probably answer all these questions. And one more point wanted to add, and Nehaji and me, we all spoke about it before, Riddhiji as well. So basically in US, university just started several years ago. That is Vayu, Vivekananda Yoga University. It provides masters and PhDs in yoga and yoga research. The whole idea is how we can bring the science, the Vedic knowledge and the current sciences together, which is kind of a two streams, but they merge at when we see things that are kind of facing the humanity at large. So we are glad that, lot many work is going on. And the key thing, like Pradeepji said, is to join hands, bring this talent and these efforts together. Wherever, it can feed each other, will be wonderful.
Thank you, Digandash. Wonderful. And you obviously delivered a wonderful session just about 30-40 minutes back. We'll move on to Lata. Lata, your comment quickly, and then we'll go to Pradeep, and then we'll conclude.
So yes, can I applaud you all once again? And thank you, Neil, for bringing them all together. Yeah, I just absolutely adored what you said, Neha, Dr. Neha and Dr. Dayton, because I love the way you say we need to join hands and feed each other. And we saw how yoga's taken off, but now we've got to work on these other parts of our Vedas, which is the diseases and the illnesses and the traumas and mental health and loneliness. So yeah, it's so amazing, because I was listening to Dr. Chatterjee. Have you heard of him? He's quite renowned, and he's now doing a project where he was involved with the television camera. I think it was BBC. So the television camera went round with him to the home of the person that was ill. And for 6 weeks, he had to stay with them. So he had to see everything that was going on in the family. So they had a better holistic view and a bird's eye view. And so then the problem, which wasn't able to be discussed at the surgery, even if she's there for half an hour, you don't actually get the feel for what is going on and causing the, diseases and the ailments. And it was the relationships, or it was something, like the food habits, as well as maybe sleep and whatever. So it was so interesting. He said, by staying with the patient for 6 weeks, like house doctor, it worked, and they started getting better, and they honed in on the problem. And if it was the relationship issues, then, and so it was just the one person, to decipher how it should be handled, whichever expert needs to be coming in, or sitting down with the other members of the family and explaining to them that this is impacting on her, her well-being. And obviously it ripples out, doesn't it, to the rest of the family. So, yeah, so it was good, because I suppose he identified other issues that sometimes the men don't like to go to GPs, or the children don't go, and everyone's shy. And this was a wonderful approach. I thought it's such a wonderful experiment, which resonates with what you're involved in, alternative approaches to really the medical, the medicines, really. That's not solving the problem. It's just putting a plaster on it, isn't it?
Thank you. Thank you, Lata. That was a wonderful contribution from you, and very nicely, succinctly put. We move to Pradeep, your quick comment before we conclude tonight.
Sure. So my final comments would be, after hearing to Nehaji, whenever we end up doing good work, the challenges are bigger than what we tend to do. And that sometimes overwhelm us. And again, I always think that Bhagavad Gita gives answers to all the solutions. So I would like to give a couple of shlokas, which hopefully will heal internally when we face these challenges all the time around. So one of the shlok which comes is, Prakrite kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvashaha ahankara vimudatma kartahamiti manyate. As long as we think we are the kartas, that ahankar grips us, and then that is where we start feeling overwhelmed. But we have to understand that we are just a small speck. We do what we can do, Prakriti is doing its, Paramatma is doing theirs. In the end, everything will fall in place. So it is very important that our team, people who are doing good and great in the society, shouldn't feel overwhelmed and burdened and dejected or be in the Vishad mode. So, and for Karma Yogis, like all of us, again, Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, ma karma phalaheturbhur, mate sangostva karma. Because if Vishad grips us, then we move towards akarmanyata. We don't want that to happen. So once we find this internal peace amongst ourselves and we just dig on, carry on, everything will fall in place. After all, it's a beautiful world. And this Prakriti is again Paramatma's expansion. So let's just, and we are so lucky that we are in the right part of this Prakriti, that we connect with all the wonderful people due to our association with all this work. So that would be my small kind of observation and message from Yoga Kulam. Namaste.
Thank you, Pradeep. And you did a very good contribution earlier. We like to remind people, just to tell you, both your events are now uploaded on Healing Our Earth page. So you can tell everybody just to visit Healing Our Earth Facebook, and they will be able to see that. We quickly move on to Hayat. Hayat, your quick comment, please, and then we can conclude.
Absolutely. I just want to say a big thank you to Dr. Nihal, because she was so amazing the way she put everything into perspective. And when you were talking about neuroplasticity, as a therapist myself, I was like nodding, yes, because, you know, the brain likes what's familiar and always avoids what's unfamiliar. And also, I don't know if somebody saw this, but a few months ago, there was a video about a guru going around, and he was saying, like, explaining to people that they shouldn't be worried about things that they have no control over. He was saying, do you have a problem? Can you do something about it? Yes. Why are you worried? You have a problem? Can you do something about it? No. Why are you worried? So it's really about staying calm, breathing, and not to worry. And going back to problem, I would like to use the word untapped potential rather than using the word problem. So overall, thank you so much. And Dr. Amrita as well, you're amazing. And everything. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Hayat, and we'll see you again next week. Mita, you had your hand up, but I guess you've got no comment left anymore. Do you have a comment? Make a quick comment, yes. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone, especially I was very attentive in the last presentation, which was done by Dr. Neha Sharma. And I was wondering, Nehaji, you got immense, whatever you said to the point, and you said everything relevant research-wise as well. You have immense experience when it comes to international bodies to do with health. So how are you seeing this integrated approach? You are saying NHS is taking it, but how are you seeing, meanwhile, how can it be translated to the benefit of the communities before it is officially, accepted as an integrated approach by NHS? How?
If I may answer, actually, NHS is already including the integrated approaches. When we say integrated approaches, we are talking about integrated health, which means the conventional and non-conventional methods. But in holistic alternative therapy, so there is a two system, complementary and alternative system. NHS may have limitation of CAM modalities, but integrated approaches are already inclusive. Now, if we talk about what we have done so far, we are talking about yoga, and yoga has been translated different prospectively in the Western world. So Bikram yoga to whatnot yoga, and Ayurveda, when we talk about, it has its own translations of the herbal supplements. So you take Giloy, you take Ashwagandha, you take this, and this is done. So, and when it comes to this systems of modalities, the NHS requires evidences. And the limitation of any of this system we cannot do in the clinical trials. So we try to put a clinical trial on Ayurveda, we will fail miserably, because Ayurveda is not just supplement. Yoga is just not pranayama. It's a whole person approach. And the research methodology is wrong. to prove. So we need approaches which inclusive. So proof of concept studies given by NIHR is a recent model which allows us to do this sort of research of integrated approaches. So you have conventional plus unconventional methods. Now, simply if I say NHS is already doing what we are talking about. So lifestyle changes. Now, Ayurveda talks about lifestyle changes, modification, dincharya to ritucharya, what to eat, how to eat, when to eat. We do the same way. The food, again, so we are talking different terms. They are not going to accept our terms. Same, we are not accepting their terms because we are talking from different perspective. Doesn't mean we are talking two different things. We are talking same things. It is already there. What we need to do is at some point find the common grounds to bring it into the practice. And again, not on NHS. I mean, none of this is required in NHS. None of the GPs has to tell people do yoga or do gym. This is basically personalized choices that I prefer doing yoga because my body actually like doing this, but I don't like gym. So again, this choices to give the patient, this is something which we have to think about integrating as part of the National Health Services. But rest everything is all available there. Now, as an Asian community, our culture is, our body is adapted to the food. So what Ayurveda is talking about, the same thing. What you like, what you are cultured, your system is already used to of that. Don't change it. And suddenly our GPs or the conventional model says, go vegan or go salads and go this, our body is not going to be adapting very quick. So just a basic understanding, leave it to the personalized choices. And believe me, NHS has the provision because it is the modeled on the long-term vision of NHS to have personalization, having integrated care, and having the trauma-informed care as a whole person care approaches. So none which is integrative platform or healing our earth and every of us is doing not very different. It's just a terminology. So some point, I think all of us have to sit down and say, you know what, we are talking the same thing. So let's bring it together and give people a choice that will significantly improve the burden and the choices for the people. That makes sense.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Very nicely succinctly put. As you say, you don't have to pay gym fees. You don't have to pay membership fees. Stay at home. Oxygen is free. Meditate. Do a bit of yoga. Do it at your comfort. Obviously, if you got any serious illness, take some medical advice. Otherwise, sit and breathe and do everything at home. Thank you, Neha.
Exactly. Thank you.
Neha, you are a permanent panelist at Healing Ayurveda Group and Integrated Group. So maybe for the 9th of July, the Ayurveda special between you and Amrita, maybe you can work out some 30-minute integrated chat. So it will be very nice. We continue this with an impact. So Neha, thank you very much. Stay around. We're just going to finish with a mantra. Riddhi, you or Amrita can finish with the mantra and officially say thank you to everybody and over to you.
Riddhi, please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Amrita as well for hosting such a beautiful session. She does it week in, week out, absolutely flawlessly. So thank you so much. And thank you as well to all of our speakers that have contributed so much today. There's been so many golden nuggets that have been shared, so many powerful transformations that can happen because people now learn something different, something that they didn't know before. And sometimes it really is just about surrendering and letting go to be present in the moment. Let's end with Om Trambakam. Oh. 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 Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhi Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhana Mrityormukshe Amritat Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhana Mrityormukshe Amritat Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhana Mrityormukshe Amritat. Om